Lūdzu, ņemam vietas, mēs sāksim pēc 30 sekundēm. Esiet sveicināti. Sveicināti tie, kas mūs skatās.
Everyone watching us here in person, and so that the people online can hear how many of us there are, please, I'll ask you to give a round of applause. I'm Valdis Melderis, and I have the honor today to host today's conference, and the main goal is to converse, to talk. That applies to the ones in person who will be using their mobile devices, and the same goes for people watching us and listening to us online. We will be talking about what has been done, not only what has been done, but actually what we can do what has been done. Because as you know, projects have a tendency to start, take place intensely, and after the project is done, funding is done, everyone says thank you, and what's next? What's the next project? But this is not that case, because the problem we will be talking about today will become more serious and not smaller. And the people here do not have a question if the problem exists and if anything should be done about it, and what our effect on this problem is. So we'll talk about what has been done and what will happen next and what we should do next. We'll be presenting the newest climate change scenarios, improvements in hydrometeorological warning system. We will have data on greenhouse gas emissions, evaluation of the changes in the coastline, and the tools for lessening coastal erosion. So there will be a lot of speaking, and we will be speaking fast. So what is actually the people this is aimed toward? Well, mostly it's specialists of state institutions and local government institutions, NGOs, societal organizations, experts of the field, scientists. Yes, of course. It would be strange if you were scientists and not experts of your fields, but there are other interested parties. Thank you. Thank you. We will start with the opening address. Please, I'll give the floor to Kaspars Melnis, the Minister for Climate and Energy. Hello. We can see specialists from municipalities, state representatives, NGO representatives, scientists, and other interested parties, as we just found out. And I must say that on an everyday basis, when I talk to people, they ask, well, what does the Green Deal give us? We communicate a lot with business people who give the idea that the Green Deal is something we should be scared about. But it is not. It is an opportunity for us to live in a cleaner, better environment and a world we can leave for our children and grandchildren. And we've put in a lot of work into documents, the National Climate and Energy Plan and the Climate Law, and we are in the final stages to make our legal framework for climate and energy. And the goal of this is to limit the negative consequences of climate change in Latvia. So this is the finish line we're about to cross so that we can make a common agreement on these documents, how they will work further on, because they will be documents we will be holding on to in the near future. And all fields of the economy and all levels of governance should be involved in mitigating climate change and its effects in construction, in agriculture, and of course finance, the finance sector, because they are the ones who are asking us how we will achieve our goals we've set out. What are the changes? It's a horizontal question. To reach our climate goals, we have to have a unified understanding and close cooperation. The state, the municipality, they are messengers of climate policy, and they provide the opportunities of the Green Deal. We have a lot of tools at our disposal how to reach these climate goals, but of course you need knowledge for that and actions to be taken, and just explaining to people in a simple language what opportunities are given to us by greening. Thanks to the support of the Norwegian financial instrument, we started a large project together with the Central Statistics Bureau, Latvian State Geology and Meteorology Center, and the goal is to develop a climate policy and implement it on a municipal and state level and integrate it in policy from financing to construction. After a marathon of 4 years, we are here meeting at the final conference of the project. We'll present the goals that we've reached, which will be a significant source of information for society and scientists and policymakers, supporting them in decision making. There are things we will not be able to measure. These will be the knowledge that the people gained and their exchange of experience. And that's the largest value, because this is what we will have to explain to society later on and people close to us. To improve the climate change policy on a state level, there are several recommendations how to improve the situation in construction, in insurance, transport infrastructure, and regional development. And we have created a roadmap in the green budget framework. And we cannot make this project a reality without a team, just as any other large project. So in the name of the ministry, I would like to thank our partners, the Central Statistics Bureau, Latvian State Environment Meteorology Center, and the Norwegian Environmental Agency. And thank you to all experts involved that made this project a reality. And I would like to wish everyone to implement this even further. I would like to thank everyone here present today and the ones behind their screens. And I'm wishing for a fruitful day full of knowledge, and that we'll learn something new and we'll have the opportunity to exchange opinions and come closer to a greener tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I already warned you that we will have to cooperate. You will be able to cooperate in different ways, ask questions, make comments. So take your mobile devices. We'll use Slido, which is a tool that you could just write sli.do in your browser, and you can use the QR code. So take a photo, open it in your browser, and then you will have the first question on the screen. Maybe I'll move away so you can actually take a photo, or you could just open slido.com, and we have the hashtag KEM, small caps. Great. So the first question is, how are you doing? Just use one word. So the larger words are the ones that more people have voted for. So the ones who didn't make it, slido.com and hashtag KEM. I think you understand what KEM means in this case. Well, the results are good. Some said excellent and a smiley face. We have great. The KEM had to be written somewhere else, but actually, if you could use it as a response to how are you doing. Intense, spring-like, great, normal, okay, green, better than expected. We have another one that just says Gatis, which is the name of a person, but maybe it means that your name means something very positive. How are you doing, Gatis? Very good, well, excited, intense, nice, sad. Wait, maybe let's give a round of applause for the person who is sad. As you understand, there are people who are not here in person. So people who are online, please take advantage of this means of communication. Thank you to everyone taking part. Someone writing, sorry that I couldn't be there in person. Neutral, got this again. Remote, well, etc. Applause to everyone. We'll have the opportunity to use this tool later. So there are two parts. There's the Q&A part and the polls part. So from time to time, we will ask you to switch. But what's important, please do not exit this app because we will need you there for the second part as well. For example, if we want to save the contest results, so there will be a contest through Slido. So please do not exit throughout the day.
There wouldn't be this conference and this project, because Norwegian Friends are part of many very important projects, also environmental ones. And now let's talk about partnership with Norway in the implementation of the project. So please welcome Norwegian Environment Agency is represented by Martha Hogan. Martha, welcome to the stage. Yeah.
Try it.
Sure.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martha Hogan, and I work in the Norwegian Environment Agency. And it's a great pleasure to be here today at the final conference for the project integration of climate change policy in sectoral and regional policies. The Norwegian Environment Agency has been the Norwegian partner to the project and responsible for the overall management and coordination of the Norwegian expert contributions to the project. Climate change concerns us all, and during the implementation of this project, we have exchanged valuable experience on how to facilitate and implement climate measures, both nationally and at the regional level. And we have also discussed climate adaptation in various sectors. The Norwegian Environment Agency is a government agency under the Ministry of Climate and Environment. And we are the coordinating agency on climate adaptation in Norway. We have participated in this project in different seminars and presented our role in Norwegian climate policy at the national level, and how we develop guidelines to regional authorities and our municipalities. Municipalities shall, through implementation of policies and measures, contribute to emission reductions. And together with representatives from our regional authorities, we have shared how our climate adaptation policies are implemented in Norway. We have, for instance, contributed with our experiences regarding the collection of regional data through an emission inventory, which is an important tool for us to assess GHG emissions in municipalities. And we have also shared our experiences with impact studies of climate change for nature and for society. Along with the Norwegian Meteorological Institute and the Norwegian Center for Climate Services, we have, together with our Latvian partners, also discussed how we develop future climate change scenarios as the basis for policy planning. And our colleagues from Norwegian Meteorological Institute have presented their plans for updating the scientific knowledge base for climate change projections. The Norwegian Meteorological Institute's contributions has been a central part of our contributions to the project. And in addition to their involvement in the discussions on the development of future climate change scenarios, they have also participated in experience exchange seminars on the development of national warning systems, definition of warning criteria, and the impact of meteorological and hydrological parameters. In addition to these contributions, we have also been engaged in different expert seminars on how to adapt climate change measures in different sectors. We have, for instance, contributed with experts from our Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy Research, where they have presented our work regarding GHG inventory and presented national inventory systems. The Norwegian Building Authority have also attended an online seminar regarding sustainable building construction and gave a presentation on how greenhouse gas emissions are regulated in the building sector in Norway. Furthermore, a couple of weeks ago, representatives from the municipality of Bergen were present at a seminar on sustainable urban mobility planning and presented their efforts towards more sustainable and green transport solutions in the city of Bergen, our second largest city. So by this, I would like to thank our Latvian partners for a very good and fruitful cooperation throughout the project period, where we have established good bilateral relations. It has been a great pleasure for us to be the Norwegian partner in this project and to be able to see the good work that Latvia has conducted in this project. I am sure that experiences gained from this project will prove to be very useful for both our countries in our important work with climate change adaptation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Mums būs 3 uzrunas.
We will have 3 addresses, 10, 15, 15, and 15 minutes. Time is of the essence today. So firstly, we will have an introduction on the project if someone has forgotten something or doesn't know the whole picture. So Solvita Degaine representing the Climate and Energy Ministry. So applause for Solvita. Solvita, please start with your position.
Thank you very much, Valdis. My name is Solvita Degaine. I represent the Climate and Energy Ministry, and also I am the manager of this project. I'm so happy to see you in such a large numbers here in person and also remotely. Also, greetings to all the project partners, experts. I'm happy to see all of you here, and I am also very happy to meet you at this final conference of the project. I have this feeling of satisfaction and work well done. So today we can celebrate. In my presentation, I will also a little bit tell about the project, the scope of the project, considering that the program today is very long and each activity of the project will be outlined and will be also discussed in detail during the conference. So I'll give just the main ideas. So the implementing party is the Climate and Energy Ministry, and we implemented it together with 3 partners, the Norwegian Environmental Agency, also the Climate and Energy Ministry of Latvia, and Central Statistical Board. We started the project in November 2020, and we are continuing till end of March this year, so just a few days to go. As it was mentioned, the main goal of the project was to improve the integration of climate policy within the sectoral policies, and also, as Mr. Minister said, the climate policy is a horizontal issue, and so it means we need a very close cooperation of involved ministries and experts. We also need to have a common awareness and understanding about this issue, and it has to be united not only at the government level, administrative level, but also at the level of municipalities and businesses. And in order to implement this project, our main activities was to develop the planning tools of climate policy, to ensure several activities, to integrate this policy within sectors and also regional policies. A little bit more about the project, because we will have several presentations about the work done, but as I said, in our project, we were 3 partners. Together, it's 118 experts, not 88, but 18. So we had also 15 Norwegian experts who, during all these years, worked together. And additionally, in project, we also had 18 freelancers, consulting freelancers, teams of experts who worked with the research mentioned before. As another very important activity in the project, we had several measures, several events. We had 11 workshops and 3 conferences. And the participants in person were 421, and remotely, the conferences and events were watched by more than 1,208 spectators. We had a lot of meetings with experts and working groups, and this I can't enlist and enumerate because it was a large number. And within the project, we have developed 11 studies and more than 3 tools. The tools are developed both for policymakers, for municipalities, and also, as it was said, also for scientific community and also for our public that can be used. For example, we have the current and future climate changes that we can look and analyze in the analytical tool. Then also the changes in the coastal lines, so we will be able to analyze this, and we can also evaluate the greenhouse gas emissions at the level of municipalities and also to assess the measures to mitigate them. Then we also have some sectoral studies, some research and activities to improve our fight against climate changes. Talking about activities, within this project we had a lot of activities, and the most important what we have done, I would like to say that project partner, the Geological and Meteorological Center of Latvia, they have assessed the current, the recent climate changes. Actually, it was starting from 1951. Climate changes from 1951 till year also up to date, and we have analyzed various topics and situations, and also developed climate scenarios for Latvia. And what is good and what is very useful is that those climate scenarios are prepared also at the level of municipalities. So each municipality can enter this tool and analyze their territories and see how the climate would change in their territories in the future. Then also our project partner, Meteorological Center, have done activities, for example, improvement of early warning systems, and also they have developed 5 new warning criteria. And number 3, we have also assessed the changes in the coastal line, and we have also used the data, and this is a new activity for Meteorological Center. They are very proud of this activity, and there are also solutions how to mitigate this coastal erosion, and solutions were developed by the team from the Baltic coastal municipalities. Also, as to the climate policy planning tools, the Ministry of Climate and Energy, in cooperation with institutions that are involved in inventory of greenhouse gases, they carried out various researches how to implement the new reporting guidelines, and research were done in energy sector, agricultural sector, and also we had several activities. We created the ozone, electronic ozone database, and also NESAP database was improved. All these databases are used for preparation of greenhouse gases inventory. Our project partner, Central Statistical Board, during this project have developed regional climate changes indicators, and those indicators are already published at the official statistics portal. These indicators are available to the representatives of municipalities, and we have analyzed various indicators, for example, how much energy is produced from renewables, the use of land, the proportion of registered electric cars, and we also hope that the municipalities and regions will use those indicators when they develop their planning documents, and also when they determine the goals, how to mitigate greenhouse gases. Yes, I already ran missed one slide because I kind of want to run forward, but number 3, we have also developed a model how to assess the measures in the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions. This is planned for assessment of
events and measures that are planned in municipality. And also when the financial programs are planned, we can look at this data and understand where we can use those finances. As to the studies, the research we have done, we had 6 sectoral studies, and also the green budget study is included here. All these studies were carried out to assess the current situation, also the administrative procedures, legislation, to assess this, analyze, look at the experience of other countries, and develop proposals for Latvia, how to include those aspects of climate policy in our sectoral policies. We have had several types of research and studies, and during today's conference, the colleagues will tell more about it. And the last, what was closest to my heart, is that during the project we also developed an e-training course for municipalities and planning regions. That was the first activity that we successfully started, initiated, and also launched. And today the result is that already 362 participants have applied for training, and 266 certificates were issued to specialists from municipalities. And in the end, the most important is that all the project materials, research, results, presentations from seminars, everything is available at climate.lv webpage under the topic of Norwegian grant project. We'll try to have all the information there till middle of April, so that you can get to know those presentations and use them on your daily work. Thank you. I would like to remind that you can write your questions. You can send them in Slido. You can either write your name or also anonymously. And please, there is a special place where you can write comments and questions. So what was the most inspiring for you in this project? It was inspiring because I participated in the first Norwegian grant project when we developed research, how Latvia adjusts and how we develop the climate plan. And then afterwards, it seemed for me very meaningful to continue my activities related to climate changes, because it is in line with my own values. So you are inspired that you have meaningful work. Yes, that I have a meaningful work. Let us applaud. Yes, thank you. In Latvia, we have several climate changes, and there are also the updated scenarios of the future climate changes. So the next speaker is Dācis Andersson, who represents the Environmental, Geological and Meteorological Center. Let's applaud.
Esmu Dācis Andersson no
Hello, I'm Dācis Andersson from the Latvian State Meteorology Center, and I will be representing a whole team today. We worked on a great deal of research, and Solvit already mentioned that this is a celebration, and for me this is definitely a celebration, because I'm very proud of what we have done and achieved, because we've done a lot. And let's jump into what I'll be talking about. On the results as such, you will be able to become familiar with them yourselves, because we have developed a new tool that is just being finished, and it will be publicly available, and you will be able to see all the research yourself. So I'll just talk about the work we've done. And often we talk about the median average temperature, and then you have the Excel sheet, and then it is calculated that way. But it's not as simple. So there's this kind of scheme that we have to follow. But if we want to explain why we did it, it was already mentioned that we had these Norwegian grants, and within these grants, we took part and we created these climate change scenarios. Last year, the IPCC issued their 6th report with these new climate change scenarios, and our goal and objective was to apply these new scenarios here in Latvia on a regional level as well, so everyone has an information on their territory in Latvia. So every person would be able to use these new climate change scenarios. So if we want to talk about the future, we should talk about the past. So you could see this schematic grid previously. So that's what we did. We understood what data we had. We analyzed historical data, and we made the data lines longer. So data was digitized. Then we understood how it is quality controlled. We homogenized the data, added missing data, because the data, the way the data is collected, it's changed over the years. So we made a trend analysis. We wanted to see what the trend was. And of course, nobody here is unaware that the temperature is rising. And of course, interpolation, we don't talk about just the temperature in the Liepāja weather station, but the Liepāja city in general, or in the municipality surrounding it, and so on. Here we have separate graphs of what we did and how we did it, how we compared different stations' data. Timelines on the right-hand side, we saw how we interpolated data, what is the best interpolation algorithm, etc., and what kind of data we took into account. So 3 types of temperature: median, minimum, and maximum. Speed of wind speeds, sea level, and we worked with 24-hour data. And of course, we used our stations, and that is one of our largest values and assets. And we used all of the data from our weather stations. And here we can have a look how the average temperature has changed. And of course, we know that the trend is positive. And you've definitely heard of the climate reference period, which is from 1961 to 1990, and the climatic norm period, which is from 1991 until 2020. And here we could see that there's been a rise in temperature of 1.2 degrees. And definitely you've heard about the global 1.5 or 2 degrees. So we should be worried if we got over these temperature increases. But here I want to mention that if we take a global look, there will always be a different reference period in different places, because sometimes we use the 1800s as a starting point, but unfortunately in Latvia we do not have enough data for the 1800s. Of course, models can do wonders, but we are looking at a different period. And if we look at the Latvian increase against the global increase, there is a bit of a difference. In Latvia, it's 1.2. Let's be glad that globally it is not that high. On precipitation, we could see that for the temperature, the graph was quite steep. For precipitation, it's not that steep. But still, they are increasing, and they have been increasing by 5%. And 2018, which was the last norm period, was very dry, but that didn't change the trend at all. So there's this large fluctuation between intense dryness and intense precipitation, and it's not as intense as the temperature. And then there's the other section, which I'm very proud of, from the previous Norwegian grant projects. Our Finnish colleagues helped a great deal. And in this case, we were writing our own scripts and algorithms. So I'm glad that the colleagues that did this with us are here today and can be proud with me. And talking about the future, we downloaded data, and on the lower left-hand corner, we can see the scenarios of climate change. You can't read them all, but you will not understand everything about them because these are different models. Because climate change analysis takes place by creating an ensemble of models, and the scope of data in these little lines is very significant. And here's the analysis itself that we did. Each of these models come from different countries, Australian, Japanese ones, and many, many more, and they are created in different ways. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to have a unified calendar, because there are models where every month has 30 days, but we cannot do that. So we have to understand that February is shorter, some months are 31 days long, some 30, and it might seem like a strange task to unify this calendar, but the calendars used in different places are very different. So that needs to be homogenized. So, and if we have grids, we have to have these little squares on the grid smaller and smaller. So if we want to take a look at the city of Liepāja, we can have a large cell in the grid. And what people don't usually know, the climate change models are usually modeled for the future. That's the thought, but they're actually modeled for the past as well. So here comes the story of our previous climate change examination. So here we examine if certain models work for us or not, because some models might work for the other latitudes. So we again examine all the data, trends, averages, etc., to see what models work for us the best. And no matter how good a model is, there can be systematic errors, and we correct them based on the knowledge of the past and use these methods in the future. So what are these new climate change scenarios, SSPs, shared socioeconomic pathways? I believe most of you are aware of these scenarios of the past, and here, just the same as there, we have greenhouse gases, but the additional value in these new scenarios are the socioeconomic factors. So GDP, migration, urbanization, and many other more pieces of information on how we as a society will behave in the futures, which will change the climate. And here we can see that there are many scenarios and not all of them are listed. So we met with the policymakers from the Climate and Energy Ministry, and in Latvia we will be talking about 3 scenarios, and we will be simplifying them. And I believe if I talked about we are using SSP 126, it will not tell you too much if we just change it to small, significant, or normal climate change. Next, on climate change, how do we differentiate between small and medium and significant climate change? So if we look at the reference period, that the increase could be from 3 to 5 degrees, which is a very significant increase. So in the future, there could be a very significant increase. Precipitation, it is increasing, and in the future will keep increasing. You could see the amount of in millimeters. We could see that the increase might be from 13 to 17%. But now, if we see the large fluctuation between intense precipitation and dry periods, that's what future models show us as well. And actually, this is what hurts most instead of these averages. And another additional value we have in this project is that we looked at the data for seasons, because often we look at the yearly scale. Well, precipitation increases. But let's take a look at these pictures. On the left, we could see the temperature changes. On the lower axis in the chart is 0. It means that the upper on the upper left-hand corner, you can see that the winter temperature average will be above 0 degrees Celsius. And for the summer, it will be above 20 degrees on the bottom picture. And right here, next to these pictures, I didn't put the absolute values, but the differences, because for the normal person, millimeters do not say much. So if we talk about the precipitation, we could see that in the winter, the precipitation will increase most. It means this, and the summers will become drier. So it means that the summers will be dry and hot, and winters will have a lot of precipitation and an average temperature above 0 degrees. So there will be snow and rain, which will cause damage to certain economic areas. On wind, so wind is even more local parameter than precipitation. And if we look at average wind, we will not be seeing any significant changes from this moment. But again, wind is something that is very local. And unfortunately, when we started the project, we hoped to get regional climate models, but we were disappointed. Because unfortunately, scientists over-predicted how well the supercomputers will be calculating. So the scientists were wrong in their predictions how fast we could have local models. So currently, we can see that there will be any changes in wind speeds. So where can you find all of this? I presume some of you have seen the tool on the left-hand side. It's a climate tool that we use for several years. It might seem like a strange example. So this is Liepāja, because we talked about it. So I want to buy a house in Liepāja. I can go on this site and see what the climate is on in Liepāja. Previously, I could just have the Liepāja weather station data and how it has changed over the years. But now I can choose the city of Liepāja and select the winter. So how has the temperature changed in Liepāja over the winter? But if I want to move in the surrounding municipality, I select the municipality, I get the data on the area. But as I mentioned, we have to finish up this site, this tool, so you can't access it right now, but in the coming weeks, you will be able to visit it and see how everything is changing. And what are the differences between the old tool and this tool? These are the 3 new scenarios. And now you'll be able to see maps for all norm periods and look at it as at the municipal level. You will see historical data. You'll be able to download data and graphs, and you'll have information on coastal erosion that Viesturs will be talking about more. And all of this information will be found on this tool. So just be patient, wait for a week, and then you'll be able to take a look at this. And I'm very glad of this, and I hope you will be too. Thank you. And that's, you know that your address was translated to you by interpreters to our foreign guests. So an applause for the interpreters as well. And thank you for the power. So excellent work from the comments. When will we have the presentation? I think probably someone wanted to write something down desperately. So we have good news. Klimatam.lv will be available to everyone, and the registered participants will have the link sent to them. So we have some technical questions. Why are there data from 1945 used? But I think there was meteorological data from the 20s and 30s. Yes, that's true. From Riga stations, we have the 1800s that we have data from, but we want to talk about an even covering of the whole state. So we can't just use one station to talk about the whole country. So the moment when we can talk about coastal stations and inland stations, so we can't use data from Riga because it's, again, a heat island. And in the 1800s, there actually was a weather station in the middle of the old town. So can we really use this as the Latvian average? Maybe it was next to a chimney. Yes. And another thing, you mentioned the temperature trend. So I could, for example, be an average Joe who has heard, oh, there's a change in temperature. Scientists are warning that it's rising. And someone might say, but Dācis Andersson said that the trend is positive. Well, this is the speed we're talking about because I have to make it in 15 minutes. But is there a term we can use instead of trend? The trend is positive, because it was great to have a COVID test that is positive, right? So we could say that the temperature is increasing and will continue to increase over this century. We'll have more questions, but please use your time to go through Dācis' presentation when you are home and ask her questions, maybe remotely. That would be best. A new approach in alerts on hydrometeorological threats and their potential effect, with Kristaps Pāps from the Latvian Meteorology Center.
Labrīt. Jā.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Kristaps Pāps. I am one of the synopticians working for the Hydrometeorological Center. And in short, I will tell you what has been done to improve the warning systems about dangerous hydrometeorological situations. And I wanted to emphasize that the first words in my presentation, the new approach, it's very important because it characterizes the basic idea. So we have created a system of warning based on impact. So we inform less about intensity of some occurrences that could come, but we mainly describe the possible impact of those occurrences. For example, if we think about wind warnings, 20 meters per second, for most of the public, it's easier to understand that orange warning is a bit more dangerous than yellow, because if we say 20 meters per second, 25, 30, people don't understand. But if we start to describe what we can expect, then this clarity is better. And so if this system based on impact works very well, then this is a very good way how we can reduce the risk and also this future impact. And the added value is very high. But in order to create this system, it wasn't easy, I must say. It consists of many components that interact between themselves. And if one of the components, for example, doesn't work very well, there is an impact on others. For example, if we have outstanding forecast and we prepare excellent warning, but the components that are responsible for communication and dissemination of this warning, if that doesn't work very well, then this initial good practice and this initial message actually is not delivered to the end user. Therefore, all these components have to work in a very good way and also has to interact between themselves. Also, to be aware and to get to know about the impact. This is also a complicated process. We can analyze something from the data, but I believe that we cannot get 100 information of impact because each situation is unique and those impact areas are so many. And we understand that data cannot show everything, of course. And just a short example about warning that is based on impact. So let's assume it's going to be snowing 4 centimeters fresh snow. But 2 possible scenarios. In one case, this is end of winter. It is February when people are used to winter conditions. Also, the Latvian state roads, I believe that they had a campaign. It's winter, so you have to count on it. You have to take it into account. So I believe it's end of February, there is snow, and it's also night between Saturday and Sunday, so low intense of traffic. But second scenario is November, beginning of the season, and also this is working day. This is first snow. Maybe somebody doesn't have winter tires. Maybe somebody has forgotten how to drive in these slippery conditions, and the potential risk to have some accidents is much, much higher in this scenario. Of course, snow has many different impacts, but this was just one of the examples. And just a little bit in a more formal way, what were the main activities within the project? So the first one, of course, we had sub-activities as well, but the main activities. So number one, we were reviewing the hydrometeorological and meteorological criteria. Because some of those criteria and indicators were obsolete. And considering that climate is changing and also infrastructure is changing and adaptability of people is changing, so these criteria have to be updated and also improved by time. And in essence, they have to be the ones that are easy to integrate in this early warning system, because on those criteria depend what this end report would look like. So we inform not only about intensity of what's going to happen, but also describe what's going to happen. Next activity was mainly related to creation of operational and a united system. So it would help us from the side of experts to make decisions and also to assess this potential impact. Because even if we have great historic observations and data, or excellent forecasts, or just excellent impact data, they do not work alone. All this has to interact, and there has to be a system that links all this together. And then we can carry out this impact assessment. I believe that each situation is unique, and the system could help us. It could be real leverage for us. And the third activity was related to development of united concept of the early warning system. So what does it mean? It means change of mindset and thinking from our side, also from the side of experts who prepare those warnings and make decisions, but also from the side of public. Because this message is going to change a little bit. And if mindset changes, we also need some education, some training in our side, and also at some extent also education of the public. And a little bit more specifically what we have done, a large meaning and very important role was played by cooperation, and cooperation in the context of exchange of information. We have done it in several directions. For example, one direction was with municipalities. Already now we send to municipalities orange and red warnings, and potentially in the future when we continue this cooperation, we would be interested also to receive some type of the impact information, so some feedback, what has happened. Second direction was cooperation with services and institutions. For example, right now, already for several weeks, we have weekly operational briefings about topical situation, about what has happened. We work together with the fire rescue service. We explain and we tell what hydrometeorological situation we can expect, and also we receive information that we couldn't have thought about it. And also this impact data helped us, of course, to do all the analysis. Within the project, we also have participated in several experience exchange visits. We visited Finnish colleagues and Icelandic colleagues, and we got a very valuable experience about the practices, how these warning systems are created, what are the problems, issues, what are recommendations from the side of colleagues. We also listened to their experience, how they created warning systems, and at the same time, we shouldn't forget about support from Norwegian Meteorological Institute experts, because we had several workshops. We were discussing progress with our tasks, objectives. We listened to their experience. We told about our problems. And then also we had a different type of workshops that are publicly available to everyone. And we listened to them, because this topic is now very topical and current everywhere in the world, and this is what most of the European meteorological services are trying to implement, the early warning systems, and therefore it's very important to exchange experience and learn from others. And also one example how successful was the cooperation. We have real impact data that we were able to summarize. On the left side, there is the maximum speed in Skrund, and also the number of the electricity disruptions. And on the right side, also there is the number of ambulance calls after heat wave. And after analysis, we can see that the more intense are hydrometeorological occurrences, the higher are the indicators that characterize negative impact. But here we had this great opportunity to see how much the impact increases when some meteorological indicators change or some risk situations appear. Activities that we implemented also determined that we needed to adjust our operational activities. We reviewed the criteria for warnings about hydrometeorological occurrences, and we are using them. We have also prepared the new warnings, for example, frost, about also the burning grassland, and drought and risk of floods. As I said, this change of mindset means that we need some training, and therefore we have also organized some internal training for operational workers. We have developed guidelines so that this information is always available, and we have also created and we are maintaining the databases where we store the forecast information, impact information, and in general this is kind of a backbone that serves as a basis for correct functioning of all the components of the warning system. So we are doing the analysis of situation, we are preparing warnings, and later we are assessing. And we have also created a united concept for the warning system, and that I will show you in the last slide. We have also prepared the warning preparation tool that helps us as experts to make decisions easier, and also to carry out the assessment of the situation and analysis of information. And we are also doing just the last final touches with creating a mobile app, because nowadays this is a very, very useful way how people perceive information, how we follow activities. So this is something we were lacking in previously, and I believe that it will improve components related to dissemination of warnings and also communication. And so the concept, the chart of concept here that describes the components. So warning is in the center. This is a uniting element. But in order to get to it, there is a quite long way to go. So in the beginning, it starts with forecast of hydrometeorological situation. And then there are several stages where we analyze and assess how this possible situation occurrence would impact us, what are the other factors, and then also in the yellow color we have the communication channels and dissemination channels. Also meteo.lv webpage where our public can receive warnings, and then also for services, international cooperation, warnings for municipalities. So in the future there will be probably even more channels. So that would be all from my side. Thank you. Thank you, Christians. I'm sorry that I called you Kristaps. It happens. Yeah, it happened also today, so I'm very sorry. And also a question about warning systems. I personally have experience with flooding in Jēkabpils. You're going to the radio and you want to warn people that there is a real threat, and we are telling that you need to listen to the radio, you have to call relatives and also do other things. But some people from Jēkabpils town say that, what radio? No, we have no electricity and we don't have batteries for radio. Okay, the next solution is, okay, let's send out text messages. But then again, would these towers work? What's potential scenarios? So first of all, I would like to speak about cooperation. We are the experts and we are responsible for dissemination together with other services, not alone. So if electronic resources are not working, we cannot deliver the message to the end user. So this is a very topical, very current issue we need to think about, because right now a ready-made solution for such conditions we don't have. But the state fire and rescue service, they have plans. But in Latvia, do we have a system of sending text messages? There are some countries where every day you receive some information that in this and this state, this and this has happened. So you receive a text message. We don't have this system of text messages, but this is also a question to the state rescue and fire service, and they're planning this in the future. And is there a certain definition how municipality has to act when they receive information about probable risks? This is under the supervision of municipalities. Municipalities know the best what activities are planned. We are trying, of course, to take into account large events, and we are trying to be aware, but we cannot know about each and every event. So the municipality knows the best, and information is available, and decisions can be made at that side. Okay, thank you very much, Christian. And now we also have opportunity to ask questions about all three presentations. So we have a couple of minutes. So let's ask a question to Dace. Let's give a mic to Dace. And the question is as follows: in which municipality in Latvia we can expect the highest, the most climate changes, looking at parameters?
So here we have to take a look at absolute values. What is going to be the hottest or coldest place? But as Christian's just mentioned, we helped our colleagues understand what are the correlations between third-person data and meteorological data. If we take a look at the warnings and alerts, it could be that one part of the country has a different threshold for alerts, and another one will have it a different. For example, if there's a different temperature that warrants an alert in one place and not in another place, it doesn't really mean that some people will have to be less prepared or more prepared for climate change. So I think that the increase or the changes will be similar everywhere. So everybody has to be prepared. Of course, there will be differences between the coast and the foothills or in Riga, but everyone has to be prepared. And we also see the effect of coastal erosion on real estate in America and in Latvia. But is there a trend that we could see that people are actually taking into account this when buying real estate or doing business? Well, I'm not an expert on this. I could just have an educated guess. But if we talk about coastal erosion, we'll talk about it in the second part of today. There will be more information from our side, how we have started monitoring coastal erosion changes and how experts see it in the future. But we, as the meteorological service, we have more questions. For example, for farmers, they're more interested in precipitation. What will these summers be? And on a regional scope as well. And insurers come to us. They ask the same question about the farmers. What's the situation like? What will it be like in the future? Because climate change affects everyone and every sector. I talked to my mother recently. She, as a teacher, asked me, well, maybe it will affect me less. But I told her, well, you live in a house and it is built respecting building standards. And these are affected by the climate. So it seems that more and more people in insurance are taking into account the climate. But I can't really tell you what sectors they're using this climate data, but yes, we're talking with insurers more and banks more. And Latvia is one of the first countries, or maybe even the first, that has renewed their climate scenarios based on new data. Yes, we are one of the first. As I said, this IPCC 6th report was we came out last year, and we are the first ones to implement it on national scale. And when writing the project, everyone hoped that in this time we will already have regional models and everything will have moved further. But it was not the case. Although we have very significant computer resources, they are not significant enough for this process to take place as quickly as we would have wanted. But still, we are one of the first, maybe not the first, because we had this mentioned experience exchange. So we already talked with the Norwegian colleagues, who explained to us how to work with these data. And it was interesting because they are recalculating the scenarios based on the new data and some using the old data. Why? Well, that's just the way it is. Thank you. So let's take our mobile phones and take part in a contest with 8 questions. 4 questions now and 4 questions after the lunch break. So if you enter, please confirm your participation and please write your name so you can be identified. Otherwise, we will not know who to give the prize to. There will be 3 prizes. Power banks you could take with you. So let's enter and prepare for the first question. And that same goes for people joining remotely. Please write in your name. Yes, we could see the names here. It's very important, so we can identify you later on. Thank you. In will be a little too little. So maybe you could refresh the page of Slido and write your actual name. AN probably will not work as well, but maybe. Kaspar, is that you over there? Okay. Now we have 70 participants. We should have 10 more so we can start. We'll have 4 questions. We'll have multiple choice. And please, again, stay on the site so that we can continue in the second part. So this is just the first part with the first 4 questions. So take your device and let's go. We are ready. First question. How many Norwegian experts were involved in the project? 9, 15, or 21? Norwegian experts. So, and remember, 188 that was mentioned wasn't precise. So we need the Norwegian experts, 9, 15, 21. So I guess most of you chose the average. So let's take a look. 20% voted for 9, 80% for 15, so they took the average, and 1% for 21, and the right answer is 15, the average. All right. And who is number 1? You is number 1. And yes, they take into account speed as well. So Martin Adamsons in second place, Viesturs on third, Line 4th, and Agat 5th. So we can see that you answered in 5 seconds and Martin in 6 seconds. And then, of course, you have... So, yes, you have to send as well. Press send. So what climate change is represented by SSP 1 to 2.6? Small, medium, or significant? So 78 people are participating, so most people chose small, and the right answer is small in this case and in this view. Again, I didn't manage to take part. Viesturs answered in 12 seconds. Line L is gaining on him, and Dace. Great. So are you both Viesturs and Dace at the same time? Mara number 4, Agata number 5. Next question. The Latvian State Geology Meteorology Center has 5 new hydrometeorological criteria: frost, grass burning, hydrological drought, and the flooding risk. And what's number 5? And most people chose ultraviolet rays. The right answer is UV rays. And dermatologists will be so glad about this because they regularly tell us that we shouldn't be too happy about the sun shining. Lion is still number 1. And Dace, I see you're at number 5. Dace is probably waiting for 10 seconds before submitting her response. This was question number 3. Okay, we have one more. What is the increase in air temperature in Latvia? 1.2 degrees, 1.5, or 1.7? And don't cheat, because you are competing for the same prize, and only 3 people will get the prize. So you're hoping for a beautiful future. 91% has a beautiful outlook on the future. Well, a relatively beautiful one. And of course, there are people who are not so positive. And it's 1.2. That's the right guess. And in the first round, we have Viesturs at number 1, Lion is second, and Maria SS has entered the top 3. And Dace, don't be shy and don't give up. Thank you to everyone who participated. I would like to remind you, stay in Slido so that your data is saved and we know who is the winner after the second round. So we have to quickly move on. For this, I'll have a tool I have to use so that the participants do not speak longer than necessary. I'll find it and then we will use it. So next, we don't have too much time, so we have 10 minutes for each person. So if you finish more quickly, there will be more time for questions. So, and we will start with sectors and climate change. And as the first one, we will ask Agita Ganson on the stage from the Climate and Energy Ministry on greenhouse gas inventory on a sectoral level.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. And first of all, I wanted to say thank you that within this project we were able to do activities that would improve the inventory of Latvian greenhouse gas emissions. And in 10 minutes to tell what we have done within 3 years, and also several institutions participated. This is crazy, but I will try to do my maximum. So in this slide, we have all the activities that you have done. You can read everything on the webpage, project webpage in detail. And if you have any questions, please write to us. Agita, don't worry. 3 minutes before you have to finish your presentation, there will be this. Okay, but if I'm allowed, a little bit more in detail. So the goal was to improve the inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. So in order to prepare for the UN Convention and Paris agreement, and also to reduce the recommendations of international auditors. And those who don't know, the greenhouse gas emission inventory is determined by the Cabinet of Ministers recommendations and also instructions. So it's already from 2022. And also in order to understand what is included in those Cabinet of Ministers regulations, you can see on the chart on this scheme. So there is an order and instructions in what way this information is prepared and what are the deadlines for inventories, for internal control procedures, and also when this inventory was submitted to international organizations. What I also wanted to emphasize that greenhouse gas inventory is like a backbone. So I heard that there is such a thing as a backbone. So as a basis, we use the databases, and we also use specific goals and, for example, the use of land and also agricultural sector, all this assessment of the progress. And in the afternoon, you will hear that greenhouse gas inventory is a basis for regional inventories, also for sectoral policies. This inventory is important, and also in order to develop national risk mitigation program. Also, greenhouse gas inventory is very closely related to the science, to research. And in order to show our national condition, our situation in Latvia, in order to implement national parameters so that we don't use the guidelines that are stated internationally by default. So it's very important that we have those inventories and our own data. So what we did, we developed a new electronic databases about the substances that destroy the layer of ozone and also the F-gases. And now it will be easier to work because we have turned from the paper format to electronic format. So it's going to be easier for all of us. And our experts, together with other experts, we worked also to develop a MESAP database. So what is it? We have information about emissions, about greenhouse gas, and also other pollution. And this database is created so that it's easier for experts to create various reports. And those reports we have to submit under various international requirements. And now we will use the Monte Carlo model, and we will be able to make these calculations. That is very important. Yes, and also within this project, we had an opportunity to improve the quality control and quality assurance system. These quality control procedures, you know, they are boring. This is boring routine work where experts are filling in some forms when they are printed out, and it's very complicated and time consuming. And with help of our institution, those forms electronically were prepared. And now experts will have opportunity to fill in those forms in a very joyful manner. And on the other hand, we have fulfilled all the requirements set to us by international parties. And now in more detail about guidelines. So in inventory, we use the guidelines from 2006. But within Paris agreements, there are commitments that there are guidelines 2019, and this is like update for the guidelines used before. And so the energy, agriculture, and also land use sectors made assessment and analyzed how these new guidelines would impact our situation. So there would be a new source of emissions. So in Latvia's case, it would be manufacturing of charcoal. And also the data about possible emissions, and we can see that those emissions would have a small impact on greenhouse gas inventory, and huge impact would be by use of those guidelines in agricultural sector. Agricultural sector is complicated in calculations, the same as use of land sector. But guidelines determine that calculations for dairy cattle sector is needed in such a detail that you would need to characterize productivity groups, intensity of production, and you would also know what's the average feed per day, what's the average increase of weight, what's intensity of pastures, and so on. So the implementation of guidelines would be a challenge. And experts, you will read in the research how the use of these guidelines is recommended. One of the most complicated sectors in calculation of inventories is a so-called land use sector. So we have analyzed all the categories. So calculations of arable land category, also for pastures, also for wetlands, and for construction sites. And within this project, we were able also to attract experts from Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and altogether we developed improvement plan in order to be able to improve inventory. And workshops, of course, are very important, as we already said. So the results. So greenhouse gas emission inventory is going to be more precise. The data are going to be more precise thanks to electronic databases. The guidelines, we have assessed guidelines, and experts are prepared to speak at the EU level about the impact of guidelines. What would be the inventory of greenhouse gases if we improve and update the regulations that are related, for example, for wetlands. And here I would like to emphasize that cooperation with Norwegian experts gave opportunity for our experts and also Lithuanian and Estonian experts to come together to look at each other, to get to know each other. And it gave an opportunity to start writing, exchanging emails, communicate via Skype, and to solve some problem issues that you need to answer straight away. So thank you very much to all the experts for what you did. So the Center of Geology, also the University of Biosciences, and also the Silava and Institute. So thank you very much. I hope we will continue working with inventories. That is quite complicated, and I must say not an easy topic. Agita, please come back. Yes, we have at least 2 minutes for questions. So please, you can send in questions. If you feel like that some of the experts have forgotten to mention and to speak about something and you would like to remind something, please send it. So my question was, greenhouse gas inventory and improvement of this at the sectoral area. So if I said this kind of phrase on the radio, people wouldn't understand what's it about. So just in a simple language, how could you answer? Why do we need it? We need it to understand what is the pollution of greenhouse gases in the energy, transport, agriculture, land use, and forestry sector. And in order to know how to report, how to be able to report according to the objectives, because Europe and the UN, they have made sure that Latvia has certain objectives, for example, for 2030 and also for 2050 to achieve climate neutrality. And everything is related to what Dasta said before, to temperatures, so that these temperatures are not increased and we don't pollute our land even more. So, like that. And Mara is writing, great, thank you, Agita. And Albert is asking now, what about charcoal? Would it create additional emissions? Because the timber biomass is considered neutral. I could talk about this issue with the person who asked a question for hours. But in greenhouse gas inventory, emissions from biomass, from burning biomass, we inform about them due to informative reasons, looking at how large are those emissions. But if we look at use of land and change of use of land, then this also is under a reduction of CO2 emissions, so reduction of capturing of CO2 emissions. And this is a very important resource for Latvia and also an essential part in the calculations. So, greening potential of the Latvian national budget. So, its next presenter is Ilze Garoza, SIA, KPMG Baltic. So, in your applause, I kind of heard some concerns.
Es uzlikšu arī savu timeri.
I will put my own timer on so I could be disciplined, but of course I feel for the interpreter that actually has to take this tempo on. So what we were looking at was the opportunity to have this greening or green budget framework in Latvia. So I will try to introduce you to this work now. So the objective of this from the ministry was a climate-friendly budget, and taking a look at these elements, how the budget mechanisms are involved in making political ambitions a reality, and in this case, in the field of climate. So moving on, there were three parts in the project. Primarily, we were an investigator, a researcher. We looked at how the Latvian budget framework works now. We took an in-depth look on the budget of 2023 and then medium-term budget, and where climate questions are involved. Then we took a look at the OECD Green Budget Framework and how the EC has taken it over and communicated for use to the member states of the EU. We take a closer look at three countries, mostly Nordic countries, so Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, looking at how they implement these green budget instruments. And all three countries are well known as very environmentally responsible and fiscally responsible countries. So, and in the last stage, we took to making conclusions how to use this in Latvia. And we look at the information from the Ministry of Finance. Where does the climate topic appear? And it is now hiding under environmental protection. Under functional classification methods, we can see that in 2023, 0.5% of the GDP was given to environmental protection. But the challenge here is that climate policy is not the same thing as environmental protection. So we had a discussion with the Climate and Energy Ministry. How can we separate climate from this general Latvian strategy planning document package? And we took a look at the documents in blue. Where does climate policy appear? So we had to define our own work and to look at these climate policy measures. So they are measures that are aimed towards climate neutrality, climate resilient development, and climate neutral economy. So Again, it is linked to these greenhouse gas emissions. So one thing that we found out that the responsibility for implementing climate policy is there's a lot of institutions. You could see the list on the left-hand side. So many ministries have some form of responsibility, and of course, public governance institutions do as well, and other cooperation partners. So, summarizing very briefly on what we saw in these documents, how much would it cost to have a climate strategy implemented in Latvia, and until 2050, as Europe has defined, will be a climate neutral economy. Up until then, it will cost us 16 billion euros. So it could be 1.35% of GDP per year. And in the Latvian National Development Plan, the activities linked to the nature and environment, the Green Deal, that would require, so it would be around 1.4 billion euros. And where are we in reality? So here we are still just becoming aware of this. So there are responsibilities for many ministries. And climate policy actually appeared only in the budgets of 4 ministries. And looking at it from the environmental protection perspective, we could say that 0.3% of GDP is actually allocated to climate change. So to analyze the data, how much is given to climate policy, it's not just asking for data. No classification method we currently have doesn't allow us to clearly have observable data. So we had to open budget explanations, and in the explanations of each ministry, we had to read specific activities. So if someone asks the Climate and Energy Ministry how much resources we have, if we step into the shoes of an official, it's not easy to answer. So it is. So moving on, I will talk about the Green Budget Framework. In 2017, in Paris, a coordination mechanism was initiated to talk about this green budget framework. And what do we mean by this? We look at the link between state budget planning, and it could actually be more detailed budgets, for example, municipal budgets, and it could be broader to public companies. So we look at how income and expenses in the budget are linked to the realization of state climate policy. And this framework created by the OECD member states is first to have this framework, how we look at it, indicating who is responsible for this, who monitors how everything is classified, and what are the different methods and instruments used. And on the right-hand side, we have some examples. The budget can be marked. There could be expenses that are climate friendly, or just the opposite, not friendly. And the OECD is talking about this responsibility. And moving on, the EC has adapted this approach and divided 3 levels. So this base level, where you just generally take a look at the link between the budget and the climate goals. So the broader approach is looking at both the positive and negative approaches, and this last approach is taking a look at more detailed levels. And why do we need this in Latvia? Latvia, as a EU member state, is in solidarity with the other states to have these climate goals met. So we have the Climate Act, which makes us move towards climate neutrality. We have local level documents that have been adopted. And the EU and global reorienteering in the financial infrastructure towards sustainable solutions. So these are all the factors together which make us turn to these questions in more depth. What are the main challenges or main obstacles? So, first of all, Latvia has not talked about this too much. So this is one challenge, how to explain how this budget can be linked to climate goals. We do not have a visible political consensus. It hasn't been on the top of the agenda. We talk about security, health, education, but climate as a consequence is quite challenging to have a state-level consensus. Next, delegation of responsibility. Again, we see that it is branching out quite a lot. And we could see that there is a change in political responsibility to the newly made ministry now. So understanding of the question itself and this just transition. We see that we have many other social challenges, so we have to take a look how we can balance these social goals and climate goals. And we can see that we have the last 50 seconds. So the principles that are important for implementing this budget framework, first of all, that we agree that this is important for us. We clearly define goals, what we want to achieve with these instruments, and we delegate responsibilities, who will be pushing it forward. So this research was ordered by the Climate and Energy Ministry, but we definitely will need the Ministry of Finance as a central institution to be involved. We need communication, how to explain how important these instruments are in other ministries. We have to have compatible methods. We have a result-oriented approach as well. And in the last seconds, we have a two-level model. So we could start with this EC illustrated base level. So we could start by not only taking a look at what measures are meant for climate policy, we have to look at the system as a whole. Because there are just a few million going to the climate goals, but hundreds of millions subsidizing fossil fuels. So, and as the Latvian Bank has indicated, we are going into the negative. So we cause more harm than good. So if there's no prior knowledge, we start with the base level. But given that the political ambitions are very high, there is a very rapid going in towards the next stage, already created by the financial ministry, who is inviting other ministries to participate. So that was very fast from my side. My mouth is dry, I'll be honest with you. Maybe there's a question. There are questions. Please send your questions. I have a question. When I've been moderating different conferences on climate change, on taxonomy, etc., more and more we see a sentiment that we do not have to rush too much. It's too expensive. We lose competitiveness. And if we still subsidize fossil fuels and energy, what is your feeling? Taking a look at the numbers, do you see that there's resistance? Well, the resistance is quite significant in the Latvian economy as a whole, because everyone says we have the right to economically develop, and these climate policy measures might slow down some fields. The Latvian GHG part of the EU is 0.03%, so we're a very, very small part of the general policy. But unfortunately, the data that we have, we see that our emissions are rising. So we are going against the Green Deal stipulated by the EU. So the sentiment is why do they bother us with these climate goals? Maybe we will not be feeling this climate change as much in Latvia as they do in the south of Europe. So we don't feel that this is a burning topic, but there is enough people in the audience today who could agree that our effect on the general situation is important. Thank you. Maybe any other questions? So we have a mic, and maybe if someone doesn't want to use Slido, you just raise your hand and we'll give you the mic. Otherwise, I can pass the baton, and that's it for me. Thank you very much. Investment project effect on climate neutrality and climate resilience. What are the evaluation methods so that we clearly know what is happening and how these methods reflect reality? Līga Brasliņa from SIA Innomatrix.
Labdien visiem! Es šodien pārstāvu
Hello everyone. Today I represent a group of scientists. We have geologists and also lawyers and also economists. Adding to what was spoken before, we also talk about investment projects. So it means we need to forecast how those changes are going to happen and what's going to impact. What has already happened, that we can see and conclude. But talking about investment projects and how to assess them in various planning periods, this is something we analyzed. And it was very exciting and we got very interesting results. So our goal was to assess the current practices used and to develop guidelines and recommendations how we can in more efficient way and faster way assess how much those investment projects, both public capital and private capital, in what way they will impact the climate neutrality and climate resilience. And of course, the justification of this research is related to the goals we already discussed during the conference. And what we did, we in a detailed way analyzed the regulation and legislation of Latvia. We looked at international context and also EU documents. And we also analyzed the conclusions from the research, what has already been done. We looked for something that is similar and what is different. We also had 18 expert interviews and analyzed experience of 3 countries, Denmark, Sweden and Germany. And we had a lot of discussions. Which is the third country? Is it a Nordic country or Germany? So we couldn't decide. And considering that investment projects are very directly related to growth of economy and sustainability economy, and here, Germany example was very interesting and very good conclusions and ideas gave to us. And we had 14 case analysis of investment projects and also expert discussion, assessment of projects and development of recommendations. And we got to the conclusions that all due respect to our administrative apparatus, we really have huge number of climate neutrality components included in various types of regulations. This network, this mesh is quite dense. We see them in administrative acts, in regulation, and in most cases it is at the national planning level, but also at the regional coverage. Those investment projects cannot go through this mesh, so this coverage is quite huge. If we look in detail about planning periods, the project periods, which is planning, implementation and assessment, you can see on the screen with blue, I have marked the documents and the functions that are mandatory, and with green, we have the voluntarily. And during the planning period, there are more mandatory demands and requirements, and then afterwards, this mandatory part turns into voluntarily. But this coverage is really very, very dense. But at the same time, we also discovered some gaps where some investment projects are not measured. And especially it is related to more precise, more precision measurements. So, for example, if we need to assess the renewables, climate resilience risks, and also to assess those things, and we lack specific tools and mechanisms how to do it. And we concluded that according to the public funding, this network is quite dense. But if we talk about private funding, private investments for just households or municipalities, we can see this is very vague assessment. If it's not one of the sensitive industries, for example, energy, then for those investment projects, they can kind of run through these climate neutrality aspects quite easily. And this was one of the conclusions looking at what is required and what is not required. Another interesting conclusion from our side was this system is not automated. In most cases, this is manual work where data come together from various sources, and very often this is in line with the conclusions made already in this conference that we don't have a united databases. And analyzing experiences from other countries, what they are doing differently, we came to 3 conclusions. So, first of all, is strengthening supervision and monitoring the system, how the data are collected and how they come together. And this in all 3 countries is very well developed and very systematic. And also it is closely related to the tools and resources. And very often in those countries, there are a lot of activities for reinforcing the knowledge base, and this is what also we heard during the conference. And those are the 3 areas that we can and must improve. So therefore our recommendations and guidelines what to do are related to those 3 large blocks. So first of all, we cannot improve something that we cannot measure. So we have to be able to measure, and therefore we have to improve significantly the way how we collect data. So it means there has to be a regular, systematic and automatic monitoring. And also the 3rd block is use of united tools and methodologies. And here we talk even about a very detailed level. For example, how we assess climate resilience risks. We have great examples from CFA, how we calculate costs for investment projects. Very clear guidelines. Already first-year students can calculate it very easily. And we have to get the same level methodology in relation to climate resilience. There is a tool, there is a methodology, and everyone who wants to submit some projects, investment projects, they can fill in this. And also we have in a detailed way described recommendations in relation to some regulations, specific regulations, what is necessary, what is needed in which regulation or cabinet of minister regulation. On the screen you can see under each of those groups there are some guiding, some main guidelines, and also some additional guidelines. As to the tools and instruments, we wanted to draw your attention that all this is closely and directly related to public awareness, because this investment projects, this is not like professionals in some specific sector. No, investments are related to each public procurement, or also how we choose the deliverer of representation material, or how we look at, for example, the components of climate resilience. And if we explain those indicators to the public and also involve in guidelines, then there are specific and real methods how later we are able to assess those investment projects. And if we are able to assess those projects, we can also plan and we can get closer to the reality, to the situation that we can forecast, that not we don't look what historically was done before or what was before, but we have those investment tools as a very a powerful tool that can help us for the future, and also to set criteria for reducing and mitigating risks. And looking at those risks, we can favor one or another project. So thank you very much. So in short, this is what we did within our research. Thank you. Talking about investment projects, very often we speak about the ways how to support those who have more green thinking, more sustainable, and so on. Do you, in your work, do you feel this tendency? I must say it depends. It depends on the sector. There are sectors where it is very highly assessed and that give priority to those projects. But in general, if it's not from the specific, for example, waste management, energy, forestry management, agriculture, if it's not one of those sectors, if we, for example, look at any public procurement, which is also investment project, for example, if we are purchasing for the state police or for the state fire and rescue service representative materials, there we don't see a component that priority is given to the wooden some details where there is higher climate neutrality and higher climate resilience in comparison with those representation materials where there is lower price and this offer comes or this product comes from another country. So there are different ways how to look at it. So what is it? Is it lack of understanding of the ordering party or also the government? No, it's both. And we cannot separate a person from the sector. Those are the same people who are policy makers and also the ones who consume it. So as we said, there is some awareness that has to be raised for whole public. Can you also mention some gaps that you saw that there are problems with monitoring? Yes, we had a very fruitful discussion with representatives from Riga Satiksme, Riga Traffic, and there was a question, how do we assess climate neutrality? Please tell us. We have a certain condition that you need to assess climate neutrality within the investment project. And when we discussed it, we understood that there are more than 30 different methodologies that are scientifically approved in various institutions in the world. And there are some also that are recommended by the European Union. And in our case, this was one of our guidelines that specifically in Latvia, we have to all agree that we use this matrix of risk assessment, and then experts from Riga Traffic, they can take it as a pattern, as a model, and do it. So this is very important that any expert in any sector, the one who works for Riga Traffic, the police or the Ministry of Welfare, anywhere in any organization, also NGO, that they are able to do this assessment, that those tools and recommendations and guidelines are easy to understand for anyone. But what's the freedom for each member state to choose the methodology? Right now, there is a complete freedom. There are recommendations, but we haven't identified that there is a demand to use one specific tool or methodology. And there is also scientific freedom freedom that those methodologies are compared between themselves, and they are also critically assessed. It's not that we have one ideal and absolute methodology. Each of them have advantages and disadvantages, but there are the ones who have proved them better, and they've been developed every year, and the EU speak about it, and there are some recommended by the EU, and so I believe that those are the ones to implement. And also the last question, what is one main recommendation that Latvia has to implement? First of all, talking about what you are doing. As to investment projects, I would say that one of, or the most important, is monitoring. Again, returning back to this classical thought, if we don't know where we are, we cannot measure anything. So this beginning point, this accumulation or collection of data from various planners of investment project at a stage of planning, not when the project is approved, not when the forests are cut and some space is cleared out, but at the moment when there is still planning phase. So to monitor, to see what's going to happen, and using other systems we can model, not based on historic data, but based on the planned data, planned impact, and then make conclusions. Thank you, Liga. Taxonomy and requirements. So who knows of present? What is taxonomy? Who do you know? And who of you think that you know? And who of you hear this word for the first time? Okay, their audience. It's among people who are here, all of them have heard about taxonomy. So Christoph Singert, Ernst & Young, he will speak about taxonomy. Please, the floor is yours.
We need more applause because this is not an easy task. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello. Thank you, everyone. My name is Christoph Singert. I represent Ernst & Young. I'm a project manager there. And I really like the previous presentation because on a daily basis, we work with support to larger investment projects in infrastructure, where we work with expense analysis based on EC recommendations. So there's always a question, what is the actual effect this project has on sustainability, on environmental goals in the current situation? And we very much hope for recommendations that will make this process easier. But my project here is specifically about this these problems from the perspective of people involved in economic activity. In our project, we had two objectives. Firstly, in this current situation we have in Latvia, to evaluate what parties involved in economic activity, how can they meet technical verification criteria. That was one goal. And the second goal is to develop guidelines to make it reaching these goals easier. But now I'll tell you what this means. So some context first on sustainable funding. Sustainable funding is not only funding that is simply a loan or an investment. It is funding that meets both environmental and other goals, for example, social, governance goals, and others. And there are different sustainable funding products, for example, green bonds, green loans, or a loan which is linked to reaching sustainable development goals. So, for example, we have a loan and the interest rate lowers if you reach the GHG decrease goals set out in the project. In the context of our work, sustainable funding is something that meets technical verification criteria for one of these 6 environmental goals. We were looking at decreasing climate change and adapting to climate change specifically. And of course, there are other criteria that you cannot cause significant harm to any other environmental goals, and you have to respect other requirements. And meeting one of the taxonomy criteria doesn't mean that you can receive sustainable funding, because in the project we talked to 14 banks, including international banks. And the largest Latvian businesses that receive this funding, and banks have their own criteria. I would say that banks are the forerunners in this topic, and they request a lot of information, and not always do these businesses have this information. And of course, scale is important. The bank might not even consider sustainable funding or a sustainable loan, which is under 5 million euros, because there are resources and expenses linked to gaining this information. But back to our project. So our scope. In these taxonomy delegated regulations, in the first attachment, there are at least 100 types of economic activity in different sectors. And each of these activities have 1 to 4 technical verification criteria. So if you multiply all of these, you can imagine how many criteria have to be verified. And I'll tell you how we did this. In the first step, which was actually the largest one, we selected from these sectors the sectors which are most relevant to Latvia. For example, we have wind energy, not wind energy, but wave energy. And it's possible in Latvia, but we don't do it here, so we took it out from the scope. Then we took a look at the sectors which are under the direct supervision of the Climate and Energy Ministry, and then on the fields that touch the climate policy most significantly for Latvia. And I would like to add in the last stage, by analyzing documents, looking at regulatory norms and international legal acts, we determined what is the reach or reachability of these requirements. Can most businesses reach these goals, or is there a barrier that impedes on this? And in the final report, all of this economic activity, which are the most significant in climate and energy policy, we made recommendations how to make this taxonomy more reachable. So we use information from business sustainability reports and these interviews. So the scope looks like this. There are taxonomy sectors which have climate change diminishing criteria, and there are adaptation criteria. And here we have the sectors which are the most topical in Latvia under the direct supervision of the Climate and Energy Ministry. So on to our conclusions. These are the fields where we have identified the largest barriers or hurdles in meeting these taxonomy criteria. Firstly, we have energy. Latvia is quite lucky in a way. When talking to the National Energy Company, all of the movement is going towards renewables, sun, wind, and hydro energy, but still a significant amount of energy in Latvia is produced by natural gas, which is a fossil fuel, and in the process, the CO2 emissions that are made cross over the threshold in the delegated regulation for the taxonomy. Another important thing for the future, but is still not happening on a large scale, is hydrogen production. So without accumulating the carbon, it is still seen as green hydrogen, so it does not meet the taxonomy criteria. Next, on the water supply, talking to businesses in the field, this ILI index is too large. So most of water companies in Latvia, their economic activity will not meet the taxonomy criteria because there is too much leakage. So ILI index shows the leakages, or the actual leakages and the technical leakages, and that is over 1.5 for most companies. Rail cargo. Here the criterion is, first of all, not to transport fossil cargo, and secondly, to use zero emission trains. And here we have a zero electrification rate. Next, we have ports, and it is indicated in our guidelines for transport. There's a goal in 2027 to reach certain green goals. And lastly, we have construction and real estate. Just keeping real estate. So not a lot of buildings have energy certificates, and even fewer have the A energy efficiency level. So what do we offer to do? And here we were very brave, because all of our recommendations touch on the policy of other fields. So in our recommendations, if we go through all of the fields, first, to consider changes in the law on pollution, to store CO2 in geological structures where it is allowed. We already have described potential places where it could be done in Latvia, and that would allow to reduce CO2 net emission rate, not only for electricity production field where it is manufactured through fossil fuels, but in other fields as well, for example, hydrogen production and other ways of production. We believe that we lack a national hydrogen strategy in Latvia. Other countries have one, and we know that there are already projects, and there are, for example, charging infrastructure projects taking place. So, but we need more clarity for the players in this sector. Then we have a recommendation to have these taxonomy made compatible with transportation guidelines. So what type of transportation will have priority? And on water supply and port infrastructure, in planning documents, there should be a mention of infrastructure linked or respecting these taxonomy. And a complex set of solutions to have more buildings in Latvia with energy certificates. And the largest gain here is that with this research, we can support discussion where the action directions compare the expense and complexity in different sectors, how you can reach these goals against what are the gains we have in the end. Of course, thank you for your attention, and I am ready for your questions. Maybe I spoke a bit too long. No, thank you. That was very good. On CO2 storage, we can already hear in some industries clapping their hands. Oh, we don't have to do anything. We'll store the CO2. The quotas will be all right. So, but what is your feeling about this sentiment? Well, in my opinion, it's something to be evaluated. There is a reason why it is spoken so much about, but of course, everything has to be done in a responsible manner because all investments have long-term consequences. Well, for a lot of companies, this could open the door towards the CO2 neutrality and maybe change the emission map that Solvita was showing at the very beginning. What would be the consequences if business does not meet the criteria of the taxonomy? Well, yes, we're currently talking to the banks, and the banks told us that currently we have a transitional period. For example, they don't stop financing rail cargo. So purely not meeting the requirements of the taxonomy is not the goal. But we know that banks have goals for 2030 to reach 50% of their portfolio to be green. Is it a pressure from the EU, or is it shareholder pressure? I think it's the wish of the shareholders to be in line with European policy. Is there a financial gain that the banks see in sustainability? Well, they look at sustainability from a risk perspective. So companies that are sustainable, the companies that meet the taxonomy are a lower risk. So do you think that on a policy, state, and municipal level, planning all goals and activities should be evaluated against taxonomy criteria? In my opinion, a good example that we have in several large company reports or overviews is self-evaluation. So how much of their economic activity is relative to the taxonomy, and how much actually of it meets these technical requirements of the taxonomy. And any organization can take a look at themselves this way. So how much of what I do is sustainable and how much of it is not within this framework? Thank you, Julia, for her question. And Albert is asking for hydrogen. Maybe we should best produce hydrogen in a different way. Well, I would like to remind you that we are not making climate policy in our research. We are just talking about how easy it is to reach these requirements of the taxonomy. Of course, there are different ways of producing energy, and these have to be evaluated. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to insurance, how to decrease insurance premiums because of climate change reasons.
Sarunāšu viena pati, jo tās ir tās 10 minūtes, par ko te visi tik traki uztraucās.
Decided that I would come alone because those are 10 minutes. Everybody is worried. So if we come two of us, how do we look at it? 10 minutes for me and 10 minutes for him. So we decided that it's going to be only me. So, okay, thank you, Edward. Yes, so we started already touching upon insurance already before, because there was a question to that who very nicely said that, yes, there is going to be another topic where we are going to speak about insurance. And now, yes, this is this topic and also opportunity. So what is important, and also everyone who comes here and starts speaking and telling what has been done, I also would like to say thank you very much for this opportunity, that this type of research was carried out. And KPMG, we are happy that we also had this opportunity to participate in the research and to carry it out. And what I wanted to emphasize is that if previously we were speaking about various issues related to climate, then here we have one additional aspect, which is insurance. So here it is very important to combine together two types of knowledge, or the two types of understanding. So first, awareness and knowledge related to climate changes, and what does it mean in case if there is insurance. And also thank you to that, thank you for warming up. You said that you asked your mother, do you see climate changes or not, and do they impact you or not? And this is also one of the questions I would like to ask all of you to make you think. Do you already now feel the climate changes? Me as Inga, yes. Possibly there is some day when there is less or more, but here our task was that we understood that there are climate changes, they impact individuals, each one of us, and climate changes also impact municipalities and our country, Latvia. And if we understand that there is an impact, the next step is that this impact causes, incurs losses for us. So in each case, looking from different angles, generally we can say that yes, there was a big storm, and as a result of a storm, the roof was gone off for the house, or as a result of the storm, the trees were broken. So those are the losses to individuals, to municipalities, to also to our economy after the storm. And now we have a question. If we have those losses, what can we do? And one of the solutions is insurance. If we use insurance, that could, in specific cases, in specific situations, to reduce, to mitigate those losses. And you can see that this is our main task, and it was main goal in our research, being aware of those losses, how insurance sector can come in assistance to reduce them. And the objective for our research was determined in our technical specification before initiation. And on the slide, we can see the first objective. We needed to analyze the regulations and legislation in Latvia. What do we see in Europe, and what can we see at the international level? Our next task, similar to the previous speaker, was to identify 3 EU countries that would provide us some good examples, good practice. I would say that those were not just the countries we just pointed a finger and said that, yes, we will analyze this and this. No, we really did very thorough work to identify those 3 countries. And as a result of this work, we identified France, Czech Republic, and Denmark. In addition to that, we also agreed that United Kingdom would be also a very good example. So therefore, you will be able to see in the research documents that also UK was taken as an additional. The country that is not within the EU or European Economic Zone. Considering the research and study that we carried out, similar to the previous speakers, we also had to develop guidelines. And right now we are at the stage of harmonization, like Solvita said in the beginning. So all the studies are finalized, and the deadline is end of March. And this is a time when we will have the guidelines finalized completely, and the study will be available for you. If you look at the climate changes from a similar angle, how the colleague told in the previous presentation when he spoke about taxonomy or also investment, then we also see about some environmental factors that add up in our research. We didn't look at social or management factors, but we looked at environmental and climate changes factors. And that was the aspect considering the aim, the task that we had in our research identified. Each of us want to boast about the huge work we have invested, and we also want to do it, and we want to show to you what we have done within this study. Some of the previous speakers said that already in the previous periods they worked with the Norwegian fund, but our involvement started in November 2023. So from November till March 2024, you can see that we have calculated 84 working days. But I think this is take into account that, of course, this is not a one person who has done 84 days. This is a team. Several people were involved. And if we looked and asked about the number of the days for whole team, I believe that this number would be much, much higher. We also, I already said that in this study we add the aspect related to insurance. Insurance is very specific for us. It is one of the favorite topics, but in order to understand insurance, you have to understand what is losses indicator, what are the risks insurance companies assess, what is the solvency norm for insurance, how would natural disasters or climate changes impact this. So this was something we needed to take into account. And then also there was a question, how do we define what is natural disaster, what are climate changes, what is floods, and those aspects we also looked. So I can see that those 10 minutes are flying away. So here we come towards the end. And what I wanted to tell you is that if we understand that insurance could be one of the tools how to reduce losses, then we have to make one step back and we have to understand that risk management is also involved here. And insurance is just one of the tools that can be used in various sectors of economy. Today we spoke a lot about agriculture. So are we sure that in agriculture the risk management is already implemented? Do our farmers, are they aware that other risks are available? Do they know how it works? And also insurance is one of those tools. I can see that here in the audience, the public also nods and says that we don't have this risk management yet implemented. And this is something I would like to tell you. If we speak about economy, about agriculture, about municipalities, we have to be aware of risks, risk management, and then one of the tools is insurance. If we look at the coordination of losses and also covering for them, this is one of the aspects which is very, very essential. So do we always support insurance as a tool? Or maybe we say, oh my God, there was a storm. We as municipality, we will compensate for losses. But do this specific company or this specific individual that did they purchase insurance if it was available? Should we continue paying compensations? This is a very, very sensitive question where we compensate and where we say that, please, you should have purchased insurance so to be on the safe side. Next is about also availability of insurance services. We looked at various sectors, for example, agriculture. In agriculture, we can identify subsectors where insurance is not available. For example, for fruit planting and also for fishery. Why it's not available? Because this economic equation doesn't work. There is no this demand and supply. We cannot, for example, ask the insurers to insure the only fishery pond in all country, because the risks have to be balanced and there has to be a good proportion. And so what does it mean? Would Latvia be always paying compensations? So you can see that we also spoke to experts and we have identified that there are several options how to solve those issues. There is mandatory insurance, for example. There are some countries where there is mandatory insurance against natural disasters. Or this private and public partnership and creating them, PPP, as you can see on the slide. And what does it mean? That would mean it would be a cooperation between insurers, and also there would be support of state or municipalities in order to insure insurance. And then data. Data is very important because in insurance there is an additional nuance. We look at the data that are specifically data of natural disasters, and we work with those data. And then slowly we also turn to the data that we have classified as climate changes data. And do we have the flow? Do we have the way how to go from one to another? This will be a question for you, and you can also ask it to me during the break. Yeah, very interesting topic. That's why we wanted actually to the floods or hail, huge these things. If I was insurer, I wouldn't insure anything. Oh my God, yes, of course. We have to understand the indicators for losses, because imagine, insurers, they are, of course, following the tendencies and analyzing whether this is profitable for them to offer some kind of service or some kind of product. So, of course, I'm sure insurers don't want to incur losses and so to pay out all the time. So, yes, therefore, I was talking about this public and private partnerships, that insurance is not ready to take all the risks by themselves, but also then at the national level, the state comes into the play, and so that they don't need to pay always everything. And insurance is providing the service, but the state is coming also and saying that I will assist you. Do we have this example? You can take as an example the office of insuring vehicles, so mandatory vehicle insurance. And there is some buffer which is created in case if these payments are higher. But in relation to other countries, this is a principle that works. And for example, if we talk about floods, if you look at the UK, then especially for floods, they have this amazing PPP. So reassurance wouldn't work. I believe this is a colleague from Ernst & Young who already said that there is a question, where do we move to? And one of the aspects when we spoke about energy, and for example of Estonia, if we look at Estonia thermoelectrical factory, they are using coal, and insurers are saying we cannot do this anymore because reinsurers don't want to have them in their portfolio because portfolio is not green anymore. So what does it mean that we start destroying Estonia and this thermoelectrical plants? Of course not. So we have to create those partnerships in addition to the private companies, the national level, the state, and also municipalities have to come and help. Would insurance premiums would increase due to climate changes? Yes, this is a question that also Dace said, that she would expect that there are already premiums that are analyzed and there are natural disasters that are taken into account. During the research, I can confirm that we also carried out surveys where we asked the insurance companies and their branches to provide the information for us. Would they summarize the data? And we also spoke during the interviews, how do they use those data? And we can say, yes, this data about natural disasters, those historic data, they are used at the moment when we need to determine the premium of insurance. And usually we say insurance, we don't put all this together and then we wait, would somebody purchase this insurance? Of course, if it's too expensive, nobody would buy it. So maybe we need to do the balancing of risks, maybe higher price for floods and lower price for droughts. So there has to be this economic equation. So we can see here a group of of properties that are not insured. For example, 2 hours from Riga, you have a wooden house with stove. Forget about insurance. So what about the coast, about the seaside houses? What are the groups that couldn't hope for insurance? Right now, we can say that insurers are using data. They start analyzing them, but right now we are still pretty safe. And I wanted to return to one of the main aspects I spoke about, that insurance is only one of the tools. If, for example, I have this little wooden house some couple of 100 kilometers away from Riga, what are the other tools that I can use? What is this risk management that I have implemented? So maybe those are neighbors who look after my house, and maybe this is even safer option. So neighbors insurance. And another question. So what do you mean to create centralized processes for being aware of climate changes processes? Yes, this is a very, very great topic, and I was so happy to see that all the speakers who came here to speak about the project, they are so excited. So this centralized, what is it? Let's imagine a situation. It's August 2023 when we had a storm, and that would confirm that there was a storm. And what does it mean? What did it mean? So it means somebody calls the insurance company and they say, I have a problem. So the tree fell on my property, for example. And what does it mean for insurers? In their register, the losses of this insurance, they registered as natural catastrophe, as natural disaster, that there was a storm. They have to insert it in the system straight away. And we are talking about August 2023. In August 2023, can this insurance company refer to this as losses incurred by climate changes? Thanks to the public, I can see that some of you say no. So there has to be a certain time period starting from August 2023 up until 2025 or maybe 2026. And then we would be able to say that, yes, in August 2023, it was climate changes that incurred losses. And who would prove and who would testify about it? That's a team. Yes, but in any case, this is a centralized process that we would like to see. Thank you very much to Inga that you came and Edward that you didn't come to present. And the final report in this part before we start the discussion. We have 1 hour before lunch, so we have to present and also have time for discussion. So now we will have Christina Wieben, who will speak about building and construction to adjust to the climate changes. So maybe we can build differently to prepare for climate change, yes or no?
Yes, thank you. I will take on the good practice and follow the time myself, and we won't hear the bell that we haven't heard too much. Today I'm here alone, but several people and experts stand behind me as a team which definitely have earned medals for their thorough research. Buildings is a topic that is significant for all of us because as a bare minimum we use buildings, and some of us have definitely taken part in designing and building a new building, and 10 minutes is not a lot of time to explain this, but I hope I will cause some curiosity among you to take a look at the results of this research. So the goal is similar as for the previous speakers. So the first part is to evaluate the current practice in building construction pertaining to climate neutrality and climate resilience, and then based on this research to make recommendations or guidelines. How can we foster climate neutrality and climate resilience in building construction? The focus is all three types of buildings and territory aspects linked to this, territory planning aspects. And I'll immediately tell you that Olga will be talking about this in more detail further on, because there was a separate research for territorial planning. So the focus logically is the risks of climate change, GHG emissions. Of course, topicality is out of the question. It is clear that this is a topical issue, and if we will not plan projecting ahead, we will have financial losses for owners of buildings, and there might be an effect on the health of owners, and in case of floods, severe health hazards. We'll maybe continue a little bit the insurance topic, because we consulted insurers, and they said that in the last decade, these extreme effects of climate change have increased. There's a larger scope and amount of losses that are requested to be covered, and in the future, this will only rise even more. So there's warning signal that most private real estate property is not insured against this. And of course, if you have these cases, of course, there can be different outcomes. And lastly, the construction industry is a large GHG emitter, so we are looking at opportunities to decrease these GHG emissions and to accumulate CO2. The risks that we paid more attention to in our research is, in simple terms, different risks from water, so flooding, changes in groundwater levels. We looked at roofs and the snow covering on them. We saw that in the future there will be changes in temperature. The wet snow will freeze when the temperature is around zero, and of course extreme climate as heat waves, for example. I will not go into detail about the graphs. You can look at that later on. On the structure, the research could be structured into two parts: two reports for the current situation evaluation, and then two guidelines. So the current situation examination is divided into two volumes for the Latvian situation and the global situation. And again, I won't go into detail. You can take a look at these yourselves in more detail. There are risks that affect the buildings, good practice examples, which are already currently being used, different solutions, how to adapt buildings to climate change and how to decrease emissions, and other important information. And for the foreign experience, we had Austrian, Estonian, British, Swedish, and Danish experience, how these questions are organized there, and what are the good things that we could take from these countries. The main conclusions. If I had to use 5 keywords, one is action now, because we cannot only rely on insurers, because in the future they just might stop compensating, because something that is not usual now and is extreme could become the norm in the future. And this is something that the experts of the field are saying, that we have to act now, because each action takes time. Secondly, when we are designing buildings, we are evaluating these climate risks, and we say that they have to be evaluated as a mandatory requirement. And when planning a territory, you have to take into account these climate changes, because in each part of the country it can be different. Although Latvia is small, there are differences. Unified understanding or common understanding. We have wonderful project data, but what the involved parties emphasize is sometimes it feels like you have to do your own research. Although you have these materials, they should be available in one site, for example, on the internet, updated regularly, and this could be helpful in understanding and fostering understanding. Next is building materials that have a lesser effect on the environment. And lastly, improving energy efficiency of buildings, not only new buildings, and of course the current buildings that we have. proposals. We have 20 of them in total, 7 of them aimed at territorial development planning and 13 on building design and engineering and service. On territorial development planning, I probably won't be able to talk about all the proposals now, but the first one you see here is directed towards one of the main risks, as told from the perspective of Latvian Meteorology Center. Precipitation. There's a lot of precipitation at one short amount of time. So a practical thing would be to give the municipalities the rights to implement a sustainable rainwater collection solutions, especially in more urban environments where there's not too many green zones that could accumulate precipitation. The next 2 recommendations are quite general, as I mentioned, on awareness raising, because the interest scope is quite large. Building specialists, architects, and us, everyday people who just live in buildings. Internally, we also discussed that there is a need for a risk and vulnerability evaluation in municipalities. So again, we have this more detailed data that can be applied to evaluate specific territories, specificities, and the need for adaptation. And lastly, we would need unified guidelines for municipalities on how and using what measures can municipalities implement in their policy documents, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And as for proposals for building and exploitation, so a few examples. So for climate resilience, we have to have this evaluation in the design stage. Then we would have a support program for adapting current buildings to climate change, emphasizing especially the buildings that might need it most, and if they are in danger from certain risks in different Latvian regions. As for climate neutrality and GHG emissions, we have to emphasize energy efficiency, the materials that have lower GHG emissions being used in the building, calculations on their lifespan. And purely from a financial perspective, there could be tax reliefs for certain types of real estate. The Riga is already a good example that has some tax breaks for certain types of buildings that are certified on an international level. And on CO2 accumulation, different types of wood serve this purpose very well, so there should maybe be a percentage proposed for buildings to use. So wood, how much wood should be used, and of course that could be a great finishing material. So gains from this research, it's quite broad, but it is quite easy to understand with visual aids as well, so it could actually raise better awareness about the building sector. And thanks to my colleague Brigita, who did this extensive research of other countries with visualizations and references and visual tools that have been developed in other countries, which is easily comprehensible for the average person, and the 20 proposals that I already mentioned, which is quite a significant base to raise awareness. And I touched upon them only briefly, but again, you can read all of them in more detail in the research. That is all from my side. Again, I would like to thank all of the experts involved in the team, so everyone who is participating in the seminar, and of course I am ready for your questions. Thank you. So what what would this mean in practice? So what is climate resilience? When would we not approve a climate resilient building? So here, experts could talk about this extensively. So, for example, if a building is not built in a place where you could have flooding in the next 100 years, because buildings have to be seen as long-term projects, so 100 and 150 years. So flooding might be one thing. Secondly, when designing a building, we look at the direct wind directions, or just cardinal points. For example, how heat is distributed. So different solutions for rainwater collection and dispersion. Currently, there is no regulation that would not allow to approve these projects, but my personal opinion is while something is not mandatory, people tend to avoid something, but as it is more or less mandatory, everybody starts considering it. So the best planning instrument of an average Latvian is, well, we'll see. So usually this makes our foreign experts panic. But I might say that I won't be alive for that long. So if you build a wooden building in a flooding zone, the risk is lower, it will just float away, right? Lower risk. Can apartment buildings made of wood be supported? Well, again, I have to say I'm not a construction expert, but why not? It does happen because there are construction physics parameters that have to be respected, but wooden constructions are very much supported. Albert's asking, what are your conclusions on using wood and hemp materials? Should these be used more to decrease GHG emissions? Well, as I said, wood accumulates CO2. About the other one, we haven't made any research, but maybe it could be a reinforcement material, for example, or hemp ropes. That would be too easy. So, wood and straw. Okay, thank you very much. Well, we have arrived at the panel discussion. Thank you for your resilience. And of course, during the discussion, please send your questions in Slido. Be actively participating. So we have three participants. So we'll be talking about the project results that we just saw. We'll be talking about very specific recommendations, and we'll take a look at the climate change scenarios for the year 2100 on GHG emissions. We'll be talking about the green budget again, about implementing this framework, recommendations for policy. So we saw that there are tens of recommendations, but we'll talk about investment project evaluations, again about the insurance, getting funding, and other questions. So there are three panel participants. Deputy Secretary of the Climate and Energy Ministry in questions of climate policy, Dagnis Dubrovskis. So start from that side. Mārtiņš Auders from the Ministry of Economy, and the Department of the Fiscal Policy of the Ministry of Finance, Nils Saks. A lot of questions. Please send the questions in. We could theoretically start with the questions, but we have our fundamental questions to warm up. So I will join you here. Please, could we have the mic? Each of you has a mic in hand, so you can immediately get involved in the discussion. And the discussion questions, maybe let's start with the first one. So let's take it away, and so we can see everything.
Tātad, iesildošais jautājums visiem vienāds.
So, the warm-up question is the same for everyone. how large part of your work you devote to the issues related to climate changes? So have you calculated how you use your work hours and how much time do you spend for climate issues? I have to ask a colleague, Sandra, do you calculate, do you register? Is it accountancy or HR department? This is my colleague who specifically does it, but I believe some 5%, not more. Okay, thank you. I would also say that about 5%, but in the department it could be a little bit more because I personally don't do this. It's my colleagues who do it, but let's say it could be 10, 15 together for all of us. And who determines the areas and the scope of activities? And for example, energy efficiency of buildings is one of the topics. Here, my colleagues are saying 5 or 5. I have to say the rest 90, maybe 90%. Considering the specifics of the ministry, it would be weird if it wasn't like that. Okay, good. So the next question. And we, and definitely you, know a lot of recommendations. Not all of them were voiced out. You have participated in other events where a lot of them were looked at. So name, please, at least 3 of the recommendations you heard that you could implement during next 3 years, to include in some policy planning documents or so else. Because there is always some kind of making excuses that it's not written in regulation, this is not topical, and so on. And we also heard the tendency that before, in some sector, the people, the public is not encouraged, nothing is done. So in this case, I will start from my side. As a ministry, we initiated those studies, and actually the studies we've been listening to today are ordered and also done by our ministry under the supervision of our ministry. And I would say that all the topics are very, very important. And as we see all of them as main directions we need to work on, not only in our ministry, but also horizontally. We see that we also see that many of those issues are related to Ministry of Finance or Economy. So if we want to look at 3 recommendations, I would say I cannot name only 3. I can name a lot more. And if we look at the perspective, then we see that the perspective is if we look at the EU regulations and within the direction they offer, and we can see that 2026, 2027 could be quite changing, quite a time when the many directives and regulations come into force. And so it means we have to use time before that to prepare and to create the guidelines. And I would like to emphasize that what we heard today is also one of the steps, because we need to go deeper. For example, now if we talk about businesses demand guidelines. They want to understand how to assess, how to look at those climate and environmental aspects in their business, in their activities. Municipalities are also interested in good climate plans, because in the future, all the investments will be related to the fact that green projects will be supported, and the rest we'll see. Yes, but this is something we hear for the last 5 years. In each sector, in each conference of the sector, it is said that financial interest in certain projects are one of the determining factors. But when it's going to work, when somebody going to throw back the project and say that I'm not going to give you money because this is not a green project, when it's going to be like overall tendency, not only one bank or something. I believe that right now, this is like a period of carrot, and the stick period will come later. Because if we look, we heard the presentation about taxonomy, and we speak about taxonomy as a sustainable tool for assessing opportunities, but the scope for taxonomy is much wider, also to assess activities and operations of companies. And so that will also refer to other regulation, not only sustainability. Yes, but maybe it's not politically correct to mention 3 activities or 3 recommendations, but what inspires you within this program about everything that you have faced? So this is very good. So you kind of feel that this is very good. Let's do. Colleagues, this question seems again is to me. Yes. I hope that you will also have your turn. So what inspires me is that I see that this Green Deal policy is aimed at transformation of financial and economy system. So in all the business models, we would have an honest and respectful attitude towards environment. So sustainability of environment and also restoring it and also keeping it. Is there political will? Yes, there is Green Deal. There are international agreements that we are binded to implement, and also for at our national level there is a willingness, because this is a question of sustainability for our country and also the EU. This is a very interesting topic, a very interesting sector in which to work. The Ministry of Economics. I've been thinking a little bit about it. This is not a warm-up question, I would say. Yeah, we are already in the main discussion. I wouldn't want to take all the space, but there are some things I would like to say before I speak about specific tasks. So, first of all, I disagree to the penal punishment system. We are not China or Northern Korea. And we shouldn't be living with some idea that we will not start doing anything before we feel stick on our backs. That if there is no administrative punishment, then I could avoid doing something. This is wrong. So the question is about reasonable regulation accepted by the public, which seems acceptable for them, and not only saying that if we don't do something, there are going to be sanctions and some punishments. I believe that this mainly has to be a reasonable regulation, what consequences you would face if you do not fit in this general direction. And that was for introduction. I've been thinking about it a lot, and it seems like weird. On the one hand, our society is demanding punishment and some activities from the state level, but at the same time, they're not happy if they got hit by this punishment and if I personally have this fine or something else. But my topic on a daily basis is energy efficiency for buildings. And what we have to do during the next year, we have to set specific measurable indicators for the buildings and their renovation. And as there are some mandatory demands, for example, for stability and other systems, energy efficiency has to be also a separate indicator that will be taken into account if we talk about buildings. Also talking about support programs, so this climate resilience and climate efficiency for buildings, do we need some programs? So are there any other instruments, support instruments? A very good question. So first of all, I believe that our society, public, lives and is dormant a little bit about what is ahead of us in 2027, 2030, and 2050. The society is used to several support mechanisms, but we have as much money as we have. And only those ones who are going to be first ones, they will get the money. So maybe some kind of discounts for capital. But in the future, we will have no resources or opportunity for grants, probably in the future. This is one side of the coin. On the other side of the coin, if we carry out energy efficiency measures, we can kind of have this zero balance. talking about costs and so on. But if we look at the older buildings, we are in the negative side, in minuses, and there has to be some support. And there has to be support in the future. But do the ministries feel the pressure from the public? Or maybe they are afraid to become unpopular, that we have to strive and we have to do more in relation to environment? Already with Douglas, we spoke that we each play our own role. Me as a representative of ministry and also the parliament members, each of us see the problem from our own angle. My personal opinion is that we don't get this general picture. So Ministry of Finance works for the needs of everyone. So the question to the Ministry of Finance is about this public order and also order that comes from the ministries. And the question, why the Ministry of Finance and also the Ministry of Economics, why do you spend so little time on climate issues on a daily basis? So this 5%, it wasn't very convincing. This Green Deal has to be implemented horizontally in all activities. As the Ministry of Finance, the question whether there is money or not, but I would return back to the first question about recommendations. I would say that with my 5% of my daily workload, I commit, and I have committed for myself in the nearest future, so it's the next couple of years, to implement the budget traceability, what is green and what is not green, with what in English is called green tagging. And this traceability of budget is something I am very interested in. And none of the directives or regulations make us to do it. And also there is no demands for me to lead this implementation. But I believe that it is very valuable and needed to do it. And also, I would like to use the opportunity to say thank you to Norwegians and also implementers of the project, because recommendations are very good. And they are mainly technical to implement this or implement that. But this could be one commitment. And what would be benefit of this commitment? Then we could say what we are talking about. If you look in the past, so when the budget is approved, we have 1 year to assess what part of it is green and what is not. And you could ask, what's the benefit? Maybe just interesting, because we are fighting for the money for the next year. But already about 90% of the programs are similar year by year. And if we look into the past, we can also assess and think about the future budget. Maybe we could think that when there are budget priorities, we can assess it. But I believe that the first step is to look that right now there is, for example, analysis about 2023. So on the one hand, yes, it's interesting, but second option is also that politicians can take into account some numbers and ask questions. So are they like satisfying numbers, or do we need to change something? So basically these 5% of time, those are powerful, that could motivate people to change something into their attitude. This is something I would like to think about. Okay, and then also a very specific question to all the ministries about innovations, because here maybe we heard the word innovations not very often, and also new technologies as a solution for these challenges we are facing. So talking both about investments in various sectors. So do you have some good example how these innovations and new technologies, new approach is already used in some investment projects, for example, or in some regulation, for example? What is the meaning of innovation and new technologies?
So I haven't taken the floor for a while. I would like to say that innovations are a key to this green transition. Another aspect which is not heard too often is that the European Green Deal means to ensure on a European level significant availability of resources. We could see that raw materials or energy products are imported from different regions. So this green transition of the energy sector is something where our ministry's colleagues are working on. And one of the questions we are currently asking is, what do we do with carbon? Are we storing it underground, or what other way can we collect it when it enters the atmosphere? You need many innovations, and that's a lot of expenses as well. And of course, to evaluate this, you need innovations in the IT field. For example, technical means how we can do this evaluation, data collection. So I cannot maybe define a specific narrow innovation, but there are innovations in very different fields in IT and the energy sector, etc., etc. Well, on innovations, the closest example from my sector. So previous speakers were talking about wooden buildings, if they have a future or not. But if you take a look at the past, this area of the city we are here and further on is wooden Riga. But modern wooden buildings are different. It's like comparing a steam engine to a modern engine. So in modern wooden buildings have new modern approaches how they're built. They are built in factories, not built on the spot. So, and many other aspects. So without talking about very specific measures, but just a complex set of measures, there's a big change from how we are doing things and how future generations will do. So innovations will make it cheaper, and we are using these innovations, and it's maybe not a common practice just yet. Okay, there will be an additional statement on this question from the Ministry of Finance. I can't give a specific example now because it's not my field, but I would like to emphasize two things. First, the funding that is allocated to climate projects is allocated for specific solutions. I think that there will be batteries built to desynchronize or in cases you need desynchronize, there's energy available. And I don't think that it will be just like they'll bring the battery over, here it is. And I think that the people implementing this will have to react to certain things that they haven't faced previously. So innovations will be necessary, and these will be the people who will have to find these solutions. If we take a broader look, I don't know how large of a natural capacity Latvia has, but on a global level, climate change means they're based on modern technologies, and the states that will first develop them will financially be winners, because they will be the ones who will be exporting these solutions. And it's important for Latvia, in my opinion, that we not only buy these new technologies, but we wouldn't have a niche that we ourselves do something. Well, of course, you need investment here, and people and businesses want support from the state. And I wanted to remind you, on Slido, you have an opportunity to vote on questions or comments that have already been posed. So if you think that this is a question worth asking, go on to Slido, press on the thumbs up, and your question will take higher priority on the list. We have a question from a person who is named Rausis.
He says that the lobbying of businesses is stronger than the policy indicated, because we could see fields that you could see pressure on the ministries. We have heard ministers say that there was a congress from people from the sector where they said, oh yes, we all know that this effect of people on the climate is exaggerated, and we have to be real. These are additional expenses. So what is up with the pressure? Well, I think part of NGOs, their main goal is lobbying to lobby their questions in different ways and promote their questions. But it was a minister. But with this, I wanted to say lobbying happens on all levels in the EU as well, and ministers and we as employees of ministries have to hold this middle ground. And how does it going? Well, it's not maybe going as well all the time, but if we are being scolded, I think we are doing quite well. Rausis, did this answer provide the information you wanted? Of course, I'm half joking, because sometimes these opinions are so controversial. We have the climate law and national energy plan, and the same section of the law can have very different opinions from different people, and there might be objections or large support. And ministries have to be strong with their experts and have to hold this middle ground. Ministry of Finance. Well, yes, all change meets at least 100 elements that resist. That is the case in every single aspect, and even more so in such a global thing as reaching climate neutrality. This is something completely normal. And of course, it breaks the process. It decelerates it. And what can you do? Well, you just have to do it step by step, find a balance step by step, go slower. We could see the farmers, for example, in the Netherlands and other European countries. So just to say that everybody is ready to say goodbye to their way of life for climate goals, well, as long as it doesn't touch you personally, it's one thing. Okay, but you are referencing neighbors, but why for example, doesn't India do it? Well, if I look at the financial flow to provide one thing, if it is, for example, cheaper, and now I have to buy something more expensive. So, for example, I want to buy a diesel car or a Tesla, and then I'll ask the question, why do I have to do it? But if I look at a longer-term perspective, I think these Teslas and these cars, as soon as the technologies are adapted, well, we'll see. We'll see the same as it was with computers and phones. So these new devices, as soon as they're not something super new, their price will go down, and it will solve this welfare question in the future. Is there anything to add, or next question? Well, very briefly, this is one of the elements of sustainability, if it is socially acceptable. So there's a question if it's socially acceptable. We have to balance individual interests with societal interests. This is something where you have to tread lightly and be very careful. And some things might not be socially acceptable in these new Green Deal requirements. But we already concluded that a lot of people just don't know why things are happening and what things are happening and what they're called. For example, positive changes in temperature doesn't mean that something positive is happening. But what I want to say is you can't ignore this, because the pressure from society is pressure on politicians. We see that on the climate law, there would be a ban on storing CO2 underground. So would this be a solution? Why or why not? Well, yes, we've discussed this question quite a lot. There's currently a law on pollution. In this law, there is a section that storing underground is forbidden. With the climate law, we have to take over the previous norms, and if there are significant pieces of evidence that we can change this section, we have to, because in the climate law there was a proposition that we definitely have to allow this, but the green NGOs opposed this. So currently, under the wing of our ministry, there is research being conducted on the socioeconomic effect on storing gases underground and pollution underground. And after this research, we will be able to give an information report to the government on the results and solve this question. Anything to add? Circular economy principles, adaptation of them. Well, can we see it in regulatory norms and laws? So circular economy foundational principles, for example, when building and manufacturing, we have to take into account what will be done to it after its life, or how can we adapt buildings, for example, on the modular principle, how can we rebuild a residential building into an office and back so that you don't have to tear something down, recycle materials. So maybe I'd have to ask this to my colleagues from the construction department, but I think the circular economy is already working in some cases. It's not something entirely new. For example, this building was not an exhibition center 100 years ago when it was built. Construction materials that are reused, we do reuse them. You don't even have to have specific laws for that. I think what we might need more are motivating elements in order for people to understand why this is necessary. So you say that we don't need to make it more official, it happens on its own. Well, I wouldn't say so. We need some officialization, but it has to be considerate. In Latvia and other places, some things are over-regulated, over-bureaucratized, which is completely wrong. If I might add a bit, today we had a presentation on taxonomy. We saw that there were 6 environmental goals, and one of these environmental goals was transition to a circular economy, meaning businesses have to voluntarily, and it's not always regulated by the state, so they have to voluntarily change their ways, because voluntary change means potentially a larger market in the future and less risk. So that is a way we can do it. We're approaching the end of the discussion. I remind you that you can vote on the questions that have already been asked. So next, 3 implementation of 3 significant recommendations that could be problematic, where you could say, whoa, we have to slow down here. Did you see any of them? Maybe not 3, maybe 1 or 2. What kind of recommendations you saw today that could be problematic to implement, and maybe what would be needed to actually implement them?
Just a very general overview. I cannot say specifically, but the main element in Latvia is purchase power of our citizens, our population. Are we wealthy enough to be able to implement something so swiftly? This is the biggest hurdle that brings red flags. The ideas of the Ministry of Economics, you would say that, yes, we have to talk to entrepreneurs, to businesses. If we make them angry, it's going to be bad. But maybe there are some things where you can see that there could be issues, but you need to help people to understand. About this energy efficiency of buildings, very often, I don't know, people somehow take a position and they're under it. They think that somebody wants to make money on me. There is some scheme or something, some negative attitude. And this is something actually energy efficiency of houses could help us to live better. We know that Riga, in comparison with Tallinn or Vilnius, lags behind looking at certificates for buildings. Why this difference? Lithuanians and Estonians call Riga as a dormant princess that hasn't waken up yet. There is no one main reason. There is, of course, this negative experience with crisis. We have a beautiful old town, and there are a lot of various limitations, and we have to take them into account. And in some sense, businesses choose to move to some remote places around Riga. And if we compare Riga with Vilnius, then Vilnius actually is also all the suburbs around. We call it Mārupe. And for example, for us in Riga, maybe some things don't happen, but in Mārupe, which is close around Riga, things happen. So maybe this is one aspect. Yes, also from my side, one of the main our ministry is a national and energy climate plan, and to finalize development of it. And I would say that the main challenges are related to, first of all, with the energy sector, to rearrange this energy sector and also transport sector by greening, by reducing fossil fuels. And number three is also use of land and also change of use of land and forestry and agricultural sector, where we have to ensure additional captures. And so those captures have to exceed emissions. And in order to be able to do all this, there are a lot of factors that hinder it. Let's say, let's look at the forestry sector. In order to increase captures, we also have to ensure the various commitments related to biodiversity and having it. And I've heard for many times some people who consider that they are super wise, and they are saying that those territories that are excluded from economic activity, we reduce those territories. They say that they are very good from the point of view of climate neutrality, but actually all the inventories that we have done and how we have researched those territories, we see that CO2 emissions are actually created there, so captures are negative even. And so in looking at our country and our land, we have to look for optimal solutions in order to be able to fulfill those commitments, especially if we look at the European level. For example, the wood beetle that has destroyed a lot of spruces in Latvia and has destroyed also other places. In those places, we understood that the capture of carbon is not happening, so that those places are places where there are emissions. Some specialists say that this is related to monocultures. No, it's not related to monocultures. It is related to the structure of forest stocks and also what's the structure, how old, because the wood beetle wouldn't kill and wouldn't start killing new stocks, but the ones that are kind of already either adult, as it's called in forestry language, or even over it. So it is also very important to look at the energy sector and the way how we can transform, because the Baltics live in the energy deficit. We can see it in our wallets when we are paying for the electricity. And we also hear that we need to create wind parks in order to compensate for it. But we know what is the attitude of our public towards the wind parks if they are close to their living place and to their location. And again, the green NGOs are also against wind parks in the faraway wooden territories. But okay, how can we solve it? We've been talking about it for years, and therefore we don't have a celluloses factory and don't have pig farming and so on. So who is going to do it? How these conversations solve those contradictions? I believe that in the economics we have to look for innovative and new solutions, and we know that there are some, but we need to be courageous to adopt them. Ilse is asking, are we so wealthy not to solve energy efficiency issues and to continue paying what we are paying? So what about these interim connections so that we can get more for neighbors, or instead of being connected? So yes, of course, those issues are being solved. And how can I say? We've been working with this. Okay, Ilse, yes. We are still so rich, otherwise we wouldn't pay. Okay. Now, talking about the most popular question we have. The most popular is about innovations and climate technologies. They've been developed. Sun batteries, solar batteries, and also heat pumps. So when are we going to use them even more? I'm not going to comment this. I'm not an expert. Yes, two aspects. Personally, I'm having a heat pump for 15 years and solar batteries. What type of heat pump? This is Earth. I am satisfied. In the beginning, I was paying a lot, but now, together with the solar batteries, the highest bill is 70 euros for a house. In winter, yes, in winter, in February. But in general, the question is, can you afford those technologies? Because they are pretty expensive. And I believe that, and I would say that most cannot afford. Also, if we talk about solar batteries, there has to be a certain balance. If everybody is going to have them, we will have overproduction at one point. And maybe to produce hydrogen or something. Yeah, in the world, it's been said for quite a long time that everyone would have solar batteries, and then investments wouldn't pay back because everyone has them. But where is Latvia in this sense? I don't know whether colleagues can answer, but from the point of view of energy, I wouldn't answer so how far we are. I guess that these solar batteries and also industrial parks can purchase. There are still permits issued. So I can really not answer about energy policy and those questions. Just recently in the European Commission at the meeting of Directors General, when we were discussing the future of Europe in the area of energy and climate, it was emphasized that diversity. So if we talk about renewable resources and use of them for energy, so it means solar energy, wind, and biomass energy, because for some time ago we had a lot of conversations: can we use biomass in energy? And right now I can see that all trends and also information available to us is that it's going to be and it's going to happen like that. And I must also say that this diversifying, it is also about not keeping all your eggs in one basket. And if you are making some changes, and if you are having these diverse options, you can keep also reasonable prices. We can see that right now we cannot transfer to the heat production from electricity, what other countries are doing. This is not possible here. But biomass in Latvia is widely available and also pretty cheap to be able to continue to use it. And if we talk about technologies, this is competitiveness between companies and competitiveness in general. Because right now, technologies that are developed, we invest huge resources, and Latvian state, we need a national policy and very stringent policy in this sense, because it is clear that the science, local science and innovations can be well financed by local companies, so the ones that have origin in a specific country, because for foreigners, they have different technology centers and innovation centers. So does it mean that we rely on the favor of entrepreneurs of other countries? Not favor, but that they have more resources for innovations. We just need to think how those resources that are available for innovations, how to focus, concentrate them. How do you assess due diligence, the directive about insurance of businesses against environmental impact? This is related to insurance. I believe that this was a question for insurers to think to the project, how we heard today in this study presentation. There are several risks that cause losses to companies, but the concept we have in the directive is related, that's similar, like when we start driving with our car on the road, in order not to harm somebody, there is a mandatory civil insurance in case if we do something, then it's covered. And the same concept or proposal, I would say. But what's happening with this? I will tell you. So the proposal is that similarly, companies have to insure their activities, operations against impact on environment. Right now, this is a proposal, and this directive is under drafting, under development, and this is one of the directions insurers have to think and also look at this, because in the presentation it was also viewed or I didn't hear it in this context. So this panel discussion for sectoral policy for development of policy sectors. So the final question, what's the main job for us now? How to use the results of the project for development of sectors, for sectoral policy and improvements? So we have Dagnis Dombrovskis from the Climate Ministry, the Deputy State Secretary, also the Martin Chauders from the Ministry of Economics, and also Nils Sachs, who is Fiscal Director of the Ministry of Finance. So let us start, Mr. Sachs, with you. So what right now is being done or will be done in relation to the project? I had planned today to speak about the topic I've been involved in, and this is green budget, and it wasn't mentioned so much here, but this is the area where I see one of the challenges. I said that within a couple of years we will implement the system, but recommendations from the project I view from this aspect, and I have little concerns, because we live in a time where each country is making up something. They're saying, yes, green climate is important, you create your own option, your own version, and let's see how it will look like. And I believe, and I'm afraid that in each country we will have different budgets, 27 different budgets. So according to Latvian methodology, this is green, but according to the Belgium methodology, no. And so if we want to issue those green securities, maybe for us it's green, but for other countries it's not. And so it could be that we create something and later it doesn't work. What we lack is coordination at the EU level to develop a standard, what is green and what is not. Taxonomy kind of provides an answer to this question, but directly to use taxonomy in the budget directly, this is terrible. I don't know how businessmen are using this, but have you read this? Already in the beginning, this is pretty decent. You can understand what is what, but just take those technical addendums. And then just imagine how we, as the Ministry of Finance, we will send to the sectoral ministries, you accountants, you look at those technical documents and you decide whether it is green or not. So what is your recommendation? What project also recommended to start with minimum? And this is also good and also about technical conditions and also fantasies. So if we support the activities that guide us to climate neutrality, whether it's significant, important or not, let's leave it. But in the further future, do you think that we will have taxonomy experts who would kind of try to understand those technical things? And practically, how do we discern what is green and what is not? So in this aspect, what I wanted and what I'm concerned about, and I also look at the project proposals and I think about it, that experts come to us and they encourage and they say, each country, you do it. Yes, and be active. But in my area, looking at the numbers, they have to be comparable, like Eurostat and Statistical Board. We know that this number means the same in Latvia and same in Belgium and somewhere else. So this is, yes, this coordination and harmonization is a challenge. Yes, Mr. Auder. First, I actually haven't read all the results of the project. I am replacing, but generally what I have seen with projects is that the main question is how to implement it in the real life. We don't start from the scratch. We already have some things that have been done. We have already some conditions that are working, and the devil is in the detail, how to do it. And especially hard it is because we already have some basis, already some directions, but I will get to know about results. And Mr. Dubrovskis, if we look at the further steps, I would say that from the studies and projects that we heard, we have to take with us the best, because all the processes have to be continued. And for us, it is important to have that Latvian companies are competitive. And in the future, this greenness and being in line with sustainability principles, that you will have to prove. And for the companies to be informed about it, to understand, and also to transform their activities, we have to start already today. And first of all, this is the information campaigns. So therefore, we also have some training programs created for municipalities and companies. And the next step will also be to help with various instruments in various sectors. So to be able in high quality and impartial way to make calculations. Do you have a plan? Yes, we have a plan and we have already certain activities towards this. And I see that we as a ministry, we have to provide this support also to the entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. Let us applaud to the participants of our discussion. And the next part that will start at 2 p.m. Latvian time after lunch break, we will speak about climate changes and municipalities. So those who are watching us online, you can enjoy whatever you want during your lunch. Those who are in person, you eat whatever we give to you. So see you at 2 p.m.
Ieņemu vietas, sākam pēc 30 sekundēm, 29, 28, 27.
Hello again. Welcome back. If someone hasn't noticed what event this is, I'll remind you. It's the integration of climate change policy in sectoral and regional policies, and this is the final part. So now we'll involve municipalities. Previously, we had sectors. And of course, we have to talk about involvement, and without involvement, nothing will move forward. So let's take our cell phones out again, use Slido, And you can ask questions, make comments, and participate in a contest. So I hope everyone else who participated in the contest, are you still on Slido? Yes. Yes, we'll have to play the second part as well. So we just have to find out who is still registered. Well, that is very well. My name is Valdis Melderis. And first of all, my task will be to warn you that time is running out. And so now climate and municipalities, climate change and municipalities. So we will have recommendations. So we have Armāns Plāte from the Central Statistics Bureau on GHG emissions and other linked indicators. How are they measured? And so I am Armāns indeed. I am the head of the Agricultural and Environmental Statistics Department. So we not only work with environment and climate, but energy, agriculture, transport, and tourism as well. So because of the Green Deal, there is a very large amount and difficult amount of work, because in all fields we have new indicators, not only from Eurostat, where we cooperate with the Eurostat on a European level, and all countries in the EU cooperate with them so that our data is compatible. And so here we have created a data set on regional data in Latvia and linked to climate and energy and agriculture. This is something strictly climate oriented. And it might be, and the municipalities will have to speak here, if it's the first data set that they will be using on the question. So I'll be having a dual approach. So you can read this, but I'll be speaking about something else. So I just put this on just for the reason, because we will be speaking about municipalities more. So you will be able to ask questions how you respect this law. So on the project, what I wanted to say is the project was something that interested the municipalities very much. And when we chose these indicators, the municipalities were present. And initially we had consultations. Then through all 5 planning regions, we showed them the situation in relation to the indicators that they themselves chose. So naturally, this was cooperation with the municipalities, and we could say that the most active help came from the Vidzeme planning region, Kurzeme planning region, and the Latgale municipalities. Not municipalities, but planning regions. And that created, I would say, a feeling that this is needed. From Valmiera municipality, they were so thrilled. Oh, finally, we will have indicators that we can follow. And I really like that. But the bad news, on the other hand, is, and actually what I said already, there's just a large scope of questions, and there was one person who worked on this project and just moved to work for a municipality in the same field. But I will not say which municipality. Next, I can move on to the results immediately, maybe less on the process. So we had 7 activities. If someone's interested in one activity, you just say the number and I'll talk about it. But the result is such. So on each municipality, state, city, we have the overall GHG emissions in a municipality. So we have CO2, nitrous oxide, and methane. Then we have across sectors, so that municipalities and planning regions know where most of the emissions come from: energy, transport, manufacturing, agriculture, and waste. And then we could see how intense it is. So GHG emissions per person in a municipality. So these are the emissions indicators. And others are the overall generated renewable energy. So we know all countries have plans that we have to reach sustainable and renewable energy sources 100%. Europe even has crazy plans to actually get over these goals. Then we have zero emission transport infrastructure. So what is the fleet at the municipality? Currently, it is only EVs and EV charging place amount. So for the EV to work, we need a place to charge. So if a municipality doesn't have any EVs, you still need a charging space. So all people who have an EV can move there, or can't move there because their car will stop. Biological agriculture areas in a municipality. As we know, biological agriculture areas are an alternative to agriculture or farming causing GHG emissions. That's why in the EU level and here with us, there are goals year by year, how much of the agricultural area should be biological. And of course, the change in forest stand and standing volume, which is an important factor. And the question is how we will use all of these indicators. But that is the question will be answered by the municipalities themselves and on the planning regions themselves. Well, I'll cut to the chase. Currently, on average, we have in our homepage, and again, remember, stat.gov.lv, which is the official statistics portal. So here, currently, for 2-3 months, the average amount of clicks for regional climate indicators is very small, 235 clicks in February. But these are not unique visitors, so maybe it was just me going there. But maybe it's not that bad, because what interests people most is salary. So salary is clicked on 5,000 times a month. So we still have something to strive for. So again, stat.gov.lv, topic environment, and then regional climate indicators. So we should break the record, which was in December, 650 unique visitors. So when we click on GHG emissions, you'll see them, or renewable energy, transport. So when you're opening this page, what else is important? As it is in ministries, at the Statistics Bureau, we are state officials. So we had an outsourced service, which is a publication on indicators of regional climate prepared by Green Freedom. So that there is less bureaucratic language, this publication was prepared from the NGO. And we were very happy that they won this tender because we got a really good result. So more clicks on this page, please read it, because I will never give you this information. Because from these indicators, you can get very different types of information depending on what your interests are. The climate ministry asked me to be more focused on emissions, so I will be taking just one small part that you will see further on. But if there's someone who really doesn't want to read a lot of papers, then there is the statistical database. You can visit it and take out the data that you want, and then look at the cross-section that is necessary for you. That's where the databases exist, so that you can not only make one publication, but each sector can make their own reports. So regional climate change indicators, so GHG here, you select what you need and you work with that. Next, we have the brochure and 15 seconds. The project was very interesting, and thank you to the Norwegians that they made it possible. And now, the same thing that I mentioned previously, we had a requirement that we have to draw up many infographics. So the next one, please. So emissions in Latvian municipalities. I think I can't press it, but if we press on each municipality, you'll see how much emissions they have made, and we can see the change. So this image was already seen in the first presentation by Solvita. We could see Saldus municipality being very polluting, and I think we all know why. But the largest changes were seen there as well. We can have a comparison across Latvia, across planning regions, so just numbers. Next, per person, again, number. We see some municipalities where they don't emit at all. There are regions where renewable energy is used more than the set goals. So stat.gov.lv, you'll see it. Go ahead and click. So agricultural sector emissions. So South Kurzeme has the most. So it really depends on the areas of land used for agriculture. And of course, you can read the conclusions in the report. Then we have waste management. We can actually see the habits of people who makes more waste. And I don't know why this is a region that has more waste. Again, do your research on stat.gov.lv. I think that's it. The last page. 15 seconds. And I think I'm breaking the rules now. Very, very last thing. The last page is not really that important. So we will have to make new time series, but that's what happens with all new work. So if you start something in the state administration, it goes on forever, especially for municipalities and planning regions. That's what they will be basing their work on. So data updating, so we will have to be correcting time series backwards and maybe adding certain things that cannot be seen in statistics, and intensity of GHG emissions, so that we could evaluate our economies on a municipal level, how successful municipalities are in moving towards climate neutrality. And lastly, statistics of the Green Deal that will be provided to Eurostat. There will be 2 new serious processes that we will have to work on. And lastly, as I mentioned in a meeting yesterday, new requirements from data users, which will stem from what we have given them. And thank you. Last question. In the future, could there be a broader scope of indicators, and were there some indicators that you wanted to draw up but didn't create? And again, I'll remind you that you will be able to vote for questions that you think should be asked. So I hoped for this question. I wanted to say this. We chose the indicators that are as simple as possible, that municipalities can use in reality, and naturally the next indicators will be more complex. So they will have done the simple things, they will have zeros everywhere, but we will have to move forward. And definitely that will lead us to something more complex. As I mentioned, there's an indicator that I showed us a new one, which is the GHG emission per GDP. And yeah, there were certain indicators. For example, we wanted to take the green zones in cities and what percentage they make up on the whole area of a city. We didn't manage to do that, but we are ready to work on this. And in the Bureau, we are ready to process those so-called satellite images, and I think we will manage to do that. And the second thing, it's really hard to separate public transit from intercity transit. So, because we wanted to get kilometers covered by public transit. So these are all data that is realistically attainable. Well, some of them are not, because we could not, again, separate intercity transport and public transport. So, for example, okay, thank you, Mr. Potts. And now we need the talk on increasing specialist knowledge of municipal and planning region specialist Marina Poutanen from the Climate and Energy Ministry. 10 minutes for her.
Jā, labdien visiem vēlreiz.
Hello to everyone once more, and thank you for introduction. My task today is to introduce you to e-training course and the results of this course. And before I start, I wanted to emphasize that none of the policies we could implement in high-quality model if we didn't have knowledge, and those who operate with it wouldn't have knowledge. So therefore, the goal of this project is specifically municipalities and planning regions. I would like to remind that our goal was exactly like that. It was created, the program was created for the specialists from municipalities and planning regions to raise their competencies, and also to create and to raise competencies that consist of several things, theory and practical part. And so the second practical part was more or less related to the needs of municipalities. So the measures they are dealing with on a daily basis, and they would need also to implement. I believe that the ones who have done this e-course, this training, and who are trying to do it, they recognize the content, the way how this content is reflected here. And I believe that this was really useful for them. As to the results, I am really satisfied and happy that our results is very good. Considering both the interest and how we created this course and developed it, and what was accessibility, as you can see that right now, out of 362 registered specialists, participants in total, certificates were received by 266 participants, so it's 73.5%. And we're also trying to assess municipalities and planning regions and to see how actively they participated in this e-training course. And very interesting it was to observe the location in the map, which were the most active municipalities. As you can see, the Valmiera municipality and the Riga municipality were the most active ones who participated. So it's from the point of view that they have passed the exam and received certificate. Also Gulbene, Preļi, and the southern Kurzeme region. And this makes us happy. On the other hand, what we can't see here, and I would like to emphasize, is that we are also creating and summarizing percentages. So out of the municipality employees and specialists who had registered, and comparing this number with the number of certificates. And we can see that Kurzeme, the municipality, had 100%, and they are in line with our interest. So 10 people registered and 10 also passed an exam and got a certificate. So congratulations to them. And also considering the interest and wish of people to learn those things and also receive a certificate that was available in the end. And in general, looking at the result, 100% result was gotten by 22 municipalities, which is not a small number. It is almost a half, irrespectively of the number of employees, because various numbers were registered from municipalities. There were, for example, 1 participant or 2 participants, and those people also passed and got an exam and got a certificate. That was very nice. Thank you to everyone. And also, now I would like to introduce you to the results, why participants registered for the course. That is, I would say, very important. And that this reason is closely linked to their work, the competencies they want to raise. And also, this is related to their existing work duties. So also that the topic is interesting, competency is interesting. Also, it's interesting to read that I was sent by the employer. This is a new kind of characteristic, but I see it as a good one, because in municipality, this topic is very important, and this proves it. On the other hand, I would like to say that the interest was various, and also reasons. Not for everyone the reasons were related to their work. They just also wanted to raise general knowledge about this issue, about climate changes, and how to adjust to them. We were also trying to understand what's working experience for people who registered and got a certificate. So how long have they worked, and is these skills included into their daily things? And we concluded that work experience is related closely to the project management, project application preparedness, territory planning, solving environmental issues, and of course other things. And what seemed interesting and important for me is that administrative and political leadership also want to participate. You can see those small numbers up there. Yes, this indicator, these numbers are not very huge, but still this is very good sign that there is an interest from the side of administration and also management level. And there is this interest at the practical level. Experience is also various. If you look at those people who got through this e-training, more than 5 years is the most recently given answer. But then I was also happy to see that specialists who almost don't have any experience, they also participated. So they have all chances to improve and also to invest into daily activities of municipalities. in general, this assessment comes from those who have received certificates and they wrote reviews. And I would like to say that this was a review for all training course, irrespectively of when and how they did it, because the e-training course, the general assessment is 8.7 out of 10, and this is a very, very high level. And we didn't force them to put crosses where it's good or bad. We didn't force anything. And so we believe that this was quite honest assessment of our course. And also I wanted to highlight that the most assessment was given to the visual content and how it looks like and quality. And also people were interested for the content to be in line with the topic. So people found it useful. And here are some quotes from employee references and how they kind of gave us feedback. And the comments are related to some good sites. They are saying that this is opportunity to, in one place, to get the structured information and also get the skill to find the way, and it is very useful on a daily work. I also liked very much one comment that was related to the practical use, that people are able to find a way and to understand those issues, those questions, and they are not afraid to speak publicly, to speak up. And this is very important, either privately or at the level of municipality. I was also happy that the feedback of participants were in line with the goal for our organization. And so I believe that we have reached our target audience, and I would like to congratulate you with it. On the other hand, I also wanted to speak about copyright, because this content was created by the Ministry of Climate and Energy, but they were the ones who ordered it as a task. And so, therefore, there is copyright and limitations and limited use for these course materials. The only thing I would like to say that, yes, you can use the material that was related to the list of sources, list of literature sources, which was also available as a PDF format. And I will finish in a minute. I have very important thing to say. We will continue with 6 additional groups, 50 people in one group, and we will continue it this year. So it's going to be available at the MPS system, State Administration School, and the program will start in April and in December. So please follow the information on our webpage and also State School of Administration webpage and also Climate Portal. If you have additional questions, you can contact me or Elina as you find it most comfortable, and I hope for the next cooperation also in the future. And also I wanted to say thank you to everyone who participated in the development of this course, and that was quite complicated, so I'm saying thank you to Ella and Interactor, and also the State School of Administration helped us with implementation, and all the colleagues who were involved within those 2 years or even more. So thank you very much to all of you sincerely. In the audience, I heard some misunderstanding about Ella, which sounds like hell. So what was it? No. This is Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian enterprise. A question about e-training, but this time, would this be available also for the public administration employees? Thank you for this question. In the slide, you were able to see it. Yes, we are opening additional groups, not only for municipalities and planning regions, but also to all and other who are interested, including also public institutions and also NGOs and so on. Erika is asking, did you use a system of grading? Which were the most difficult topics and what should be improved? We didn't receive this type of assessment. But as far as I have heard, and also talking to people who did the course and also communicating with the ones who received certificate, it depended on the level of knowledge. If the person already had some connection, some kind of link to this and had worked, for them it was easier. For those who had less knowledge or also technically less knowledge, for example, this course was online. This is not a situation that in spring there are sports clubs. In the beginning, they say, first of all, you need to get fit, and then you go to the sports club, fitness club. No. Here you were able to get everything. Yes, so you don't need to get some preliminary knowledge somewhere else to be able to start the course. It wasn't mandatory, but of course it impacts the time spent on training. Thank you. The model for limiting climate change is an assessment of this model at the regional level. The next speaker is going to be Gaidis Klaus, and let us applaud, and please, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is really Gaidis Klaus, and I'm from the Physical Energy Institute. We created this mathematical model. So, for the regional level specifically, since time is limited, I will not be touching too much on the model and its structure. Maybe we won't be looking at the insides of it. So maybe I'll start up with the objectives, the structure, the data used, and lastly, some examples of the application of the model in interpreting these results. So if we look at the creating climate policy, I must admit that this is a constant cycle. We have to hope that in each of these stages, in the next cycle, we will be better, our policy will be of better quality, but to reach this from time to time in the cycle, we have to make evaluations. And the starting point of any of this is the GHG emission inventory, so that we can see where we are at. In the next point, we put forward our objectives, short-term, medium-term, and long-term ones. And then we make a long list of policies and measures that could be the ones that would allow us to decrease emissions. And then we have to try to evaluate this set of measures to select the most effective among them. And this is the moment where we select them and we have to evaluate them in a quantitative and qualitative way. And when this model is created to help policymakers, we have to help them do this evaluation. After the evaluation is done, we move on to implementation. We select which are the most effective and accessible measures in Latvia, and then we implement these policies. Then the state administration does the monitoring or screening of this implementation. And again, it's important we have to have this ex post evaluation to see how successfully has the selected policy been implemented. In this stage, we compare our expectations before implementation of the policy with what has actually happened in real life. And then the second aspect is that in this way, we can correct the policy for the future that we will be implementing in the next stage or next period. So we can see that GHG inventory shows the results of 10 to 15 years, but the GHG inventory doesn't give us the answer why have these emissions decreased, because the emissions can decrease for an array of influences. So that's why we need these tools and mathematical models that help us evaluate how much has the policy helped us decrease the emissions. In general terms, on the general goal of the project, the main thing was to create a tool that supports decision making, which could be used by decision makers that create climate policy. And if we move on to the model, this model had to help support climate policy creators, and for them to have this initial evaluation, to start thinking about GHG emission decreasing measures based on GHG emission effect. So when creating these future programs, you should use the measures that have the largest effect on decreasing GHG emission. And the model helps us compare different measures based on their efficiency. And the model also gives the opportunity to have this first evaluation, how much this policy has additional socioeconomic effects. What was already mentioned during the discussion today as well. This is the comparison of emissions on a Latvian level, so we can see a dominating sector as transportation and agriculture, and 35% is made up of so-called stationary incineration devices, so it's under energy, commercials, and public sector households as well. So that's how it looks on a national level. And based on such a picture, we create policies for the national level. So that begs the question, so will the same thing work on a regional level? And here we can see how GHG emissions look through indicators on a regional level. On the left side, you could see overall GHG emissions per person on a state level and different municipalities. We could see that this amplitude is quite different. You probably understand why. Because, for example, in cities, we do not have any agricultural manufacturing, because, as you remember, this is a significant part of overall emissions, at least in Latvia. But in municipalities where there is this agricultural manufacturing, the amount of emissions is higher than the Latvian average. If we take a more focused look on the emissions, so if we look at how much emissions are made by one person only from stationary device fuel burned. If we look at Latvian state cities, we could see that there's a difference. Again, you probably understand why these differences arise. So you could see how efficient your devices that consume energy are, and how efficient the buildings that consume energy are. And the second more important reason is these indicators show what is the structure of fuel in a municipality. The more renewables you use, the lower the emissions. And of course, that makes us think that such a model that could evaluate these measures on a regional level is necessary. So, because the same measure in different municipalities will have a different effect. So it was decided to create such a model. The model encompasses all of these categories and that are reported in the inventory, and there's an additional category of manufacturing processes, and the transport sector is decreased to just auto transport. And the reason for this is because municipalities have less effect on these sectors, because the main goal was to create a model for the regional level. So the territorial scope, the smallest unit is a state, city, or municipality, and then of course the larger divisions are planning regions, and then the whole state level. One of the most important moments when developing a model and using it are entry data. So we could compare it to the blood flow of the model. So there's a standard format developed how this entry data is entered for each territorial unit, for each sector. So the data has activity data on the basis of which we evaluate the measure's effect or impact. Initially, we did not know how will we prepare these data, but seeing the remaining time period, we decided that first we should use data prepared by the project presented previously by the Central Statistics Bureau, and we created a great synergy between two projects in this overall program. And what's different from the CSB, we needed a different level of data. So we had this down approach. We needed the other approach, a bottom-up approach, where we move on from the smaller unit to a larger unit. And other data that we needed were expenses, because in the model there were requirements to evaluate the costs and their efficiency. And the data was mostly gathered from projects carried out in Latvia and other sources. Overall, we created 70 measures that gave the opportunity for the user to evaluate these measures. Each measure has like a small passport, which shortly describes this measure, and to see what sectors it can impact, what are the parameters, and how they can be used for further evaluation. So very briefly, how the model works, what are the main principles? So the user, first of all, chooses the Latvian region or municipality that he wants to evaluate the measurements impacts of. Then the user can select one sector or go through all of the sectors mentioned one by one, or just choose one or choose all measures that are mentioned for the sector. And the user can define the scope of how much the measure is implemented. So as a result, we can see what is the change in emissions before implementing the measure and after, how have they changed by sector, how much it has cost, and what is the cost efficiency, and what are additional gains. There's a small illustration here, one example. On the left-hand side, what I already mentioned, GHG emissions before and after implementing the measure. Then below you could see how much each sector has decreased their emissions in each case. Upper right-hand corner, how much funding has gone in, or how much investment has gone into each sector, and additional socioeconomic gains, for example, decreased expenses for consumers for 3.7 million euros per year, how many employment places or positions have been created, and what has been the cost of per ton. So maybe we have already a question. What kind of agricultural measures can be evaluated this way? Maybe I won't be able to be super precise, but off the top of my head, using precise agricultural technologies, minimum soil disruption, and many other things. So overall, we hope that this tool will help decrease GHG emissions for a smaller territorial unit, and it will help make decision-making and policy-making more effective on different levels. We think that we have the advantage of using this entry data approach, which will help create strategies on a regional level. And I would like to wish to all decision makers, policy makers, courage in making decisions. Thank you. Yes, a round of applause. Last question. Is there a plan how to get data regularly for updating the model? I don't have a plan personally, but I think the plan has to come from the bottom up. Again, the more the municipalities are interested in the final result, the more the municipalities will want to prepare the data. How simple or complex is it to add new measures to this model? And how available is it to municipalities? But on the first question, anything that can be put into numbers and equations only needs time. So that is a reality. Thank you. This was Gaidis Klaus. Climate policy integration on a local and regional level territorial development planning from Olga Trasuna from the famous CAL, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian Environment.
Jā, paldies, ļoti labs ievads. Tieši arī gribēju.
Thank you very much. A very good introduction. I just wanted to remind that I represent the company everybody smiled about. I've been working for about 13 years in Elle, which is hell, and I am not surprised about this. And yeah, I receive various comments. I don't know. Probably we are immune. How often you have said, welcome to hell? Ask to our administrator. She says it very often. One of the things I wanted to say, okay, the timing is also here. Yes, we'll have two presentations in a row. But I'm very happy to be in the second part because I know the study results and I don't need to change our presentation. This is good news because with colleagues we concluded that basically the most conclusions actually overlap because there are a lot of connection points with conclusions made by other consultants and experts. So today we have two presentations and I will try in at speed of very sprint. I will quickly tell very fast how we run this marathon. So, as it is the second part of the day, I am not supposed to tell what is climate neutrality and climate resilience and what is the role of municipalities. We know that there are international and national commitments, and when we are analyzing the development planning documents of municipalities, we can see that many have even more ambitious aims in the aspects of climate neutrality and climate resilience. The aim of the study was the same as for the rest. We analyzed the current practice and we also developed guidelines. Specifically, this procurement was aimed at municipalities and also planning, spatial and development planning for municipal and planning region territories. About tasks and structures, we had a lot of work. We analyzed 22 regulations and legislation administrative documents and also national planning documents, also available financial resources for municipalities and planning regions. Also, we analyzed the climate data and tools, and that will be good news for municipalities, I will show later. And we also interviewed the specialists of municipalities and planning regions. We sent surveys to all the municipalities and the planning regions, and 96 respondents replied. In-depth interviews were organized with 5 municipalities, which we researched in depth. It was Riga and Liepāja, Jēkabpils, Ludza, and Dobele. We have 2 different research studies, and so it's a bit hard to remember who participated where. So on the second stage, we analyzed specific documents in those 5 municipalities. Altogether, there were 57 planning documents, and all this assessment was done based on 15 criteria. And the last stage was development of the guidelines. We also organized one working group with KPMG representatives. Thank you very much, because to develop those universal solutions, it's not so easy. But working together, I hope that we managed. I will try to run through the conclusions of the first stage. What is important to say that one of the aims and tasks was to assess whether in the current regulations we have discovered some essential limitations that doesn't allow to integrate climate goals in the local and regional level. And the conclusion is that there is no negative impact or specific limitations. But at the same time, we have to say that in regulations, there are quite general points without promoting integration of specific measures. But there are, of course, different opinions. When we will speak about the results of surveys, I will explain why. As to budgets, it was discovered that probably there is no link to the territory planning documents, plans, and aims and priorities, and that has to be reinforced. Right now, only Riga, out of all the municipalities assessed, have specifically included climate policy solutions. How solutions are impacted and how climate policy impacts solutions. So in one municipality, it is already used. If you look at the financial and support instruments, there are pretty many that are available to municipalities and planning regions. Already in the first results, you will see the long list and for whom those financial instruments are available. But in order to have this sensible use of resources, we need more proper planning, plans, and also project ideas at the development stage. Also, at the national and international field, there is a huge amount of data. We saw it already. Sometimes we are even as experts, we find it hard to follow what's new, what's updated, what's the most topical information that we should use. So we can conclude that there is no awareness how to use those tools, and there is also no united list with recommended tools that municipalities and regions should use. Here also we have a summary of the tools. We will also disseminate Excel file, and we try to develop it so it's easier for municipalities and planning regions to understand how they can sort and what data is available. Also, as to the current practice, on the second stage, we analyzed the detailed results of each municipality, and there is a big difference in the amount of capacity and resources. For cities, of course, ambitions are higher and resources are more. For smaller municipalities, it's harder to implement climate policy goals, and also there are more problems with additional duties, because is sometimes one expert is doing and fulfilling several roles. One of the main problems that we actually saw, especially in interviews, that there are no clear guidelines. What's the best way how to integrate the climate policy goals in the planning of territory? So less emphasis on the legislation and regulations and on this over-regulating, like the representatives from the ministry said, but on this additional information. The bottlenecks that we identified about solutions. If we talk about capture of CO2, then this was one of the tasks, and mainly it's integrated through indirect measures, so like some forests around the cities, but bogs and marshes were not considered at all. That could be a good source. Also, we looked at the risk assessment, and we didn't see it like assessment of risk vulnerability. In several documents, we saw that there are some solutions, but they are not systematic. So this component could be also reinforced with involvement of public. As to the legislation and regulations, we have divided the recommendations into two blocks. First block, what we need to implement right now, so to use the solutions based in nature, and also to link together the state and municipality budget with specific development planning goals. And we also prepared a list with potential amendments. It could be about the reinforcing involvement of public, circular economy that we already heard about, adjustment, and so on. As to the policy planning documents, we have also developed recommendations how to improve the existing ones, or also to, when we develop the new documents in the next planning period, how new solutions could be implemented. And we also looked at the various innovative solutions. We have taken this into account. So, for example, one of the ways how to reduce GHG emissions is the smart cities model by integrating smart solutions, and our national plan would be this conceptual document in which we could outline this commitment to transfer and to develop smart cities. And two also recommendations for climate neutrality. This is reinforce and strengthen involvement of the public, and also planning of the green budget. A little bit about methodological recommendations for policymakers. Here in the middle, we have the largest circle, and this is Climate Changes Portal. That's been already developed, and previous experts also made references to it. And this is a forum that has to summarize all the most topical and updated information, because during the interviews, we understood that municipalities lack one united source of information. And other recommendations are derived from this. So I am a bit running, and here are some recommendations how to improve the financial instruments. I will not go deeper here because experts from other companies already quite turned and spoke about this in quite a detailed way, and we have nothing that contradicts their conclusions. Basically, it's the same. And specific recommendations for municipalities and planning regions, those are 14 groups with specific example and also sub-recommendations. And I will try fastly go through the groups, but in our document you will be able to get to know more detailed information. So one of the most important aspects is the calculation of this basis situation of GHG emissions. And I was happy to see also that in the project there are already a resource how to calculate this basis level. Also, we need to define the supervision indicators for measures. And one important aspect is to identify the sources, how to capture CO2, and also to determine what measures could be to increase energy efficiency, also to develop plans for renewable infrastructure, to create the territory and have wise planning and smart planning of the cities, to also develop the risk assessment, because we shouldn't forget about spillover effect on other areas, and also to implement nature-based solutions, to analyze various risks of adjustment to negative impact. This is very important to speak about it during the break. If somebody is interested, please come to me. Also to promote principles of circulation and participation of the public. And the last slide is a reminder that those recommendations are also come together with good practice examples, the best practice examples, and we have some examples from Latvia, and we want to have this transfer of good experience, which is quite easy to implement if there is one legal framework. So, explanation of terms is there such a term, climate, securing the climate. So it is with infrastructure projects to ensure that they are in line with the climate policy. But my colleagues that specifically work with this chapter, they could add. So if, for example, that doesn't happen, then there is a problem. So if people don't want to change and they kind of kill new initiatives, yes, very good question. But that's why in several places we spoke about involvement and raising awareness of the public, because negative emotions and also refusal to new ideas very often is rooted in not knowing. Sometimes it seems that decision makers have made those decisions without discussing them with the public, but we have the good experience, and also intentionally, where the some climate assemblies are organized in Riga this autumn. We are also planning to organize the first one, and the opinion of the public will be taken into account, both for discussion and also for decision making. And the issues are explained to the public, and also awareness that we have to go for this together. This is also emphasized. And also through involvement, you can get more acceptance. I remember it was 15 years ago when the European House organized the campaign for European Parliament elections. And there was one event where ladies taxi drivers participated, and also ladies of the beautician salons. And if it was explained to them why they should participate in European Parliament elections, then it was later afterwards it was easier. But of course, everybody has to understand. So why it wasn't looked at the bogs as a place where to capture carbon? Maybe this is a question to municipalities, because maybe this is not considered as an essential place to capture carbon, but it is. You used to talk primarily about forests and less about bogs, but now European Commission more and more is emphasizing that this planning also has to move towards protection of bogs. So in order for habit, maybe neighboring countries can process peat and also get and extract peat, and we would do something else. This is a critical question. Maybe we have to look at the degraded bogs and revitalization, and we also have to work with the former peat extractions. But of course, peat extraction also impacts the capture potential. Of course, we have to look at who is behind the specific initiative. Okay, the next presentation without leaving the podium, without a drink. Okay, I will survive. I am good, no problem. So.
Uz to ir jāiedzer, ja?
Jā, mans mērķis.
So, yes, I want to move on more quickly to move on to the question part. So next, sustainable mobility. So implementing sustainable mobility in urban environment. Yes, we actually wanted to participate in these two contests because there's a synergy between them and they should be looked at as a whole, and we use them in these projects because in this project there were no in-depth interviews and surveys planned, but still we asked the municipalities about mobility planning. So I will skip the context because we all know what the context is. And Klaus mentioned previously that the transport sector is a significant challenge, not only on a national level, but on a municipal level as well. We checked the data on the private vehicle statistics, where you can have calculations on GHG emissions. We see that there are significant questions what can be done, because this touches on the freedom of movement of people, and if people are very sensitive to limitations in their freedoms. The objectives and structure is almost the same. In addition, we analyzed international level documents, so 18 national legislative acts and 7 policy planning documents. And in the second part, we evaluated 5 Latvian municipalities and, in addition, 3 foreign municipalities. What were these Latvian municipalities? They were Riga and Liepāja, which overlap, Valmiera, Jelgava, and Daugavpils. And on the 3 foreign cities, we had one Baltic city, which was Tartu. Then we took Helsinki and Zwolle in the Netherlands, and we developed guidelines in the end. In addition to Climate and Energy Ministry representatives, we had the Ministry of Transport, which is responsible for planning policy on a national level. Conclusions and an image that a lot of you have already seen. We didn't see limitations on the national level legislation, but on planning sustainable transportation, the recommendations are very general. As previously, there are several finance support instruments, especially for planning sustainable transportation on a municipal and planning region level, and they should be reinforced and used more efficiently, and we should foster this principle as a green budget, climate resilience, not causing significant harm, and implementing this on all governance levels. And in discussions, we already saw that the taxonomy is a very complicated concept, a lot of documents, but it should be easily applicable and used by anyone involved in budget planning, and this is a complex task. And here's another one of our conclusions. When analyzing cities and city planning documents, in this project, the emphasis was on cities. So we see that there is more significant support for public transit, low emission transportation, micromobility, and vehicle traffic. But what we see less from these sustainable transportation components is shared transportation, unified ticketing system, and low emission zones. But here we looked outside of the frame of the strict definition, not only just one clear emission zone, but just measures that in any way limit the use of light vehicle traffic in cities' centers. Evaluating the good practice of of cities, if we look at the infrastructure and the service of public transportation, there should be complex and diverse measures because the transportation should be reliable, accessible, and convenient, and not all state cities plan it in such a way. Public transit should be a commensurate alternative to private transportation so that people use it more. On the climate resilience component, these nature-based solutions, we see that there's a lack of systematic approach and linkage to transport infrastructure. There are different solutions. They talk about decreasing flooding or heat problems, but there are no such aspects that target development of the transport infrastructure. On cargo transport, we see that it is seen mostly as diverging the traffic away from city centers using ring roads, and this element of cargo transportation or delivery transportation in the city center, there's not much progress here. Especially in Riga, we see that there's a conflict between the infrastructure of pedestrians and bicycle riders and cargo transportations. So it is clear that there's a goal to decrease use of vehicles and their greenhouse gas emissions. We can only see this decrease in Riga. At the same time, all of the EU city examples clearly define a goal how to develop competitive alternatives to private transportations. On regulatory norms, we don't see significant obstacles. There's not a revolution proposed here, but what we can do now currently is to strengthen the sustainable transport component through the requirement to have public transit stops next to parking lots, and and here we already offered a broader perspective, amendments that could be made, for example, to create a mobility law, which is already done in several countries, and to have specific requirements for developing mobility plans for cities. On policy planning documents, in addition, we took a look at guidelines for transport development, a few recommendations how we could improve the aspect of sustainable mobility. First of all, to include an objective to decrease the transport poverty, for example, in the remote rural areas, and to include a solution for the last mile cargo transportation in the city centers, and to include performance indicators for climate resilience. And the last recommendation was already seen in the previous presentation. Methodological recommendations for policymakers is methodology for GHG emission calculations, guideline creation that you can become more familiar with while reading the research, and for the improvement of financial instrument requirements. Again, this overlaps with ideas that we talked about previously, but the recommendations for municipalities. Here we have 11 large groups and specific examples what these groups are. First of all, to have a calculation on the GHG emissions of transport, then define the monitoring indicators for the measurements, because without that it is hard to plan a goal of decrease of GHG emissions. Next, to evaluate the current situation and define the priorities for mobility development, to improve regional mobility, to integrate the society and to integrate digital tools plan effective and accessible public transportation, develop safe micromobility, to provide sustainable vehicle transport policy, to co-use transport, and to have sustainable cargo transportation. We had specific recommendations for the 5 cities. I won't read this in detail, but based on what is already in their development planning documents. So these are recommendations how actually these could be improved to improve the sustainable mobility component. And as previously, I thought that these measurements and their groups are very general and conceptual, and we didn't say anything new, just general recommendations. But in the guidelines themselves, we already have very specific examples and the things that we can take for our development programs and the local plannings and others. But that's it. Thank you. Well, a few more terms. So last mile principle, what is that? The last mile delivery is logistics in essence. So cargo delivery. So how many meters in a mile? So it's 1,600 meters. So the last 1,600 meters of the delivery are done through this last mile. So last mile delivery is the term in English. So what's the idea? What do we do with this? So currently there are limitations in the old town of Riga. So what times can you deliver cargo to stores? But in other cities that we analyzed, they have already taken a step further and indicated that certain territories deliveries can't be made with motorized transport. And Janis actually is giving advice that maybe we should deliver children to schools in such a way. But I think actually a lot of people do this. I can see good examples of cargo bicycles for transporting pupils. Well, definitely we could use these car sharing principles from for delivering children to schools. Actually, we have so many options here. Yes, of course, that depends on specific parents. Because this question is on the reason why sustainable mobility is only taken a look from the urban environment. And then there's many more questions. And I'll actually add one more specific solution that we recommended to Riga for ride sharing, which is very hard from the municipal part. So we have recommendations not for people, but for municipalities and regions. So the example from Vilnius is that they have these higher load roads that only can be taken, or lanes they only can be taken by cars occupied by more people. So again, this is based on their own initiative. So for example, that's a recommendation we had for Riga, so something that they could consider as a prospective solution for the future, because the municipality, people in the municipality sometimes say, well, just take the bike lane away and I'll have more lanes and then I'll get to work faster. So we could just like add cars everywhere. But of course, that way we will not reach the climate goals. So that's a story about the understanding from the inhabitants. But thank you, Olga. So Latvian coastal erosion, Latvian coastline and its evaluation by Viesturs Zandersons from Latvian Environment Center.
Hello to everyone. Thank you for your endurance. The day is already approaching the final part, and We've been sitting here for quite a long time. I will try to be as fast as possible and also simply. So let us turn to the topic which is more related to the natural processes, and one in a sense experiment, but also a very important parameter to research in relation to climate changes is coastal changes that are related to various parameters, for example, rising sea levels. And what is a special challenge here is that logically we have to look at all the coast in total. It's more than 500 kilometers in the territory of Latvia. And all 500 kilometers we cannot monitor so fast. We don't have separate meteorological station points as for climate. We have separate measurements. Sometimes we are measuring profiles within the sea and how the river, the seabed looks like, but we don't have this united solution, didn't have. But now we developed a solution that could be used for the monitoring of coastal line. And based on this solution, we also have the first assessments how the coastal line has changed during the last few years. We also know that we have very sandy beaches in Latvia, and as the water levels are rising, they are endangered. So since 2009, there is no national level coastal erosion monitoring done. There are separate researchers from the University of Latvia who are doing, but not the overall and general assessment. So based on this, we developed a new monitoring system that would be based on open access, Sentinel-2 satellite, which is a European space mission, and everybody would be able to download and analyze. And in order to use this satellite mission, we also used commercial satellite data where there is a higher resolution, and also drone measurements where there is even more higher resolution. But we, of course, cannot do it like 24/7. The expert has to go to the place and do the measurements. And with those, considering that there is much higher resolution, we can easily compare what is the difference between Sentinel-2 data and data from measurements from drones. So based on those measurements, first of all, we analyzed where is the coast and how it has changed. And the space agency data is available also for last few years. And then we can also create future scenarios, what Dace was telling in the beginning. And in the end, the main point is that this methodology had to be one that we can also continue in the future, considering that this is open access data, so that we would be able, without involvement of specialists, we would be able to download them, and that as algorithm is half automated, that the processing is relatively easy, and then there will be possibility to continue carry on this monitoring after the finalizing the project as well, and it was very important in this project. So the summary, let's go step by step how we did it. So in the beginning we downloaded Sentinel-2 data, satellite mission data, and then we did the data processing for coastal lines where there is a water line. We also checked these results against the high-resolution satellites and drone data. Then we did the coastal lines analysis, and we calculated what could be potential changes in the future based on the previous change scenarios. And I will try to go through it very fast. So this is Sentinel-2 data. This is how they look like. Those satellites are circulating the Earth about 700 kilometers high. They are taking photos of Earth. There are cameras that are taking photos at visible light spectrums and also infrared spectrums. So we can see where there is highest heat and where is water and where is not water. And those satellite data we can download in certain polygons that plus minus represent specific orbits, how those satellites circulate the Earth. And and the resolution is about 10 meters. Considering the amount of data, this is pretty okay to do the monitoring, which is also important that those satellites return to the same spot once every 5 days. So once every 5 days, we have new measurement, new image that we can take. Of course, if there are some hindering factors, for example, clouds. Then data processing, this is pretty long because the most part of the project time we spent in experimenting how to download those data, how to process, how to measure this coastal line, and I will try to explain. So at first, satellite image is quite foggy. It could be corrected with statistical methods. And then those images also are not at the right spots. We need to kind of rotate them, and we do this with georeferencing. This was another algorithm we needed to include in this long chain. And also we needed to cut the clouds out, because if the cloud is in the coastal line, it means automatically we don't see nothing works. So there is a mistake, and we needed to cut them out. And when we have done this first stage, next we need to determine the coastal line, and looking at those values of pixels and various satellite channels, we can more or less find the place where there is the lowest number of pixels. And this is about the place where the sea line. And then we get those lines, which we also manually and automatically check. So we compare those specific places, so whether they were not images were not taken on the days when there were too high or too low water level. And also we are trying to follow and to analyze whether there are not so many mistakes. And there is also a specialist who half manually, half automated looks through this and deletes all the mistakes. And here we can see information that we received from the drone with high resolution. This is in Liepāja, close to Bernāti. We did it for 3 years. We calculated where the coastal line is situated and made measurements and discovered that this error is very, very low, and it was never higher than 5, and it was never higher than 8 meters, which is actually very, very good, because initially we had 14,000 images, and now we have 300 different lines from which we can analyze something. Here we have summarized the results in this system. So blue, larger circles mean that the coast is moving towards the sea direction, and in red places, the coastal line is moving towards the land. And we can see that in the most territory of Latvia, there are no big changes. The changes are 1-2 meters. This is 2017 till 2022. It's important this mission is since 2015, and it's continuing. And with new data, we will get more and more better results. But there are, of course, places where which are very dynamic. And in this short period, maybe this is not enough, but by time we will store and save more and more data that will help us. And looking at this, we can see that there are several places that are especially active, like Paveikto town, where mainly, not only, but also based on this query, we can see that there is intense erosion at a certain part. And then there is Ovish, place where also there is a migration from the east to the west, and a little bit on all the coastal line we can see that it is receding a little bit. Also, we had several points that were perpendicular, and we were able to understand whether those points are moving to forward or backwards. And in general, on average, how this looks like. So mainly we can see that erosion dominates, but in some places, quite often we can see that also the coastal line moves towards the sea direction. And receding speed is like 1.5 meters a year. And now I would like also to make some notes, the coastal line and level of the sea is quite hard to modulate because it doesn't only depend on the amount of the water or seawater and ocean level, depending on the precipitation, but also thermally. This water is expanding per year. So all these forecasts about the future based on this consideration is quite indicative. We also analyzed these indicators, whether the coastal line would recede, and we chose 14 places. And we also looked at seawater level changes, and we see that it could be 20 centimeters up to the 21st hundreds. And so in some places, all the coast could move like 20, 25 meters, but this is just indicative. Of course, we cannot predict all the factors because we see that not only the ocean level is rising, but we are also trying to fight and to make some measures in the places where it's the coast is, the sea is more and more moving into the land. And the results and visualization and publications, so very, very soon it will be available. You will be able to go through it and see what has changed and how it has changed, and also classes. So different types where these changes are more recent and faster, and where they are very slow. And so we will also, of course, update the information. We will also update those types and classes. And so I hope that the system is going to be improving and improving by time. So that was all in short. Thank you. So where is the place where you don't recommend to buy a house? Can we go one slide back? Do other countries also use this method of assessment, coastal erosion? This is not only one. For example, distant observations is only one of the important factors to take into account. In general, this is quite important innovation. Americans use something like in Europe in separate places, in some places as a test measure this is used. And based on this methodology, we tried to integrate it also in Latvia. And I believe that both in the future, for both the coastal researchers and municipalities, and also for some risk assessments, it will be just helpful. Marina is asking, what are the differences at the sea level and bay territories? We can't say that bay is totally different, but the dynamics is very changing. We can assess it, and therefore those remote observations is a very good tool, because every 100 meters we can get a new measurement. But mainly the territory close to Liepāja, there is quite strong erosion around Jūrkalna as well. Everybody knows it, but also at the Vidzeme coast, almost all up to the north, there is also this coast erosion. Yes, thank you very much. Do you want to go home? I just wanted one very, very short question. Just I have one very short question. So, as a result of all these changes, would Latvia get some of the islands? Maybe we'll have our seals island, Roņsalu. So half of the Latvia would drown, and some of it would be an island. So the coast is very dynamic. And if we look for several years how changes happen at the Kolka place, we can see that at some moments there is kind of some islands are being formed. Yeah, as soon as you build a house, it is washed away. No, don't understand this, that invitation to build a house. But we will not lose a municipality. Definitely not, but let's see. We need to take into account risk, but let's look what Jānis Lapinskis recommend to do. This is NGO, Baltijas Krasti, and so what are the solutions to reduce erosion?
Hello, yes, I'm Jānis Lapinskis, and I'm a geologist, and I represent the Society Baltic Coasts. First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and secondly, I would like to say that everybody is quite tired. I'll try to be quite concentrated. There will be more images and less uninteresting letters. So, we will be talking about the coast by the sea, and the goal is quite clear. What can we do to decrease the problems that might arise and will most likely arise here and there, linked to the effect of climate change on erosion, which might increase, and other linked side effects that we might await. So the objectives to get to this goal, again, to condense them, could be divided in 3 groups. So, overviewing or reviewing previous experience, then evaluating coastal erosion and all the historical data we have available to us. But I must say that with a much lower quality than Viesturs mentioned previously, because the historical data is very fragmented and diverse and gained from other information sources that is hard to compare to each other. But still, these are data that we use. And in the end, we should evaluate, and we try to evaluate, what would be the most applicable solutions in the future, taking into account that in the future erosion will become more intense. How to evaluate potential losses, a potential zero scenario, meaning what will happen if we don't do anything, what are the losses in this case, and what can we do, what would be the applicable solutions. Topicality is quite self-explanatory, as it was for all the presentations, but I added a visualization for this topicality from actually a very old presentation, where there was an attempt to evaluate what would be the worst possible situation in 77 years in different European countries in 2099. What would happen if the sea level rose with the worst scenario at the time, RCP's 8.5? And there are different variants of these worst of the worst scenarios. And as you can see, Latvia is here, and this red line is a little under 600 meters. So that's the average coastal erosion. But again, this is the worst of the worst possible scenarios, and I will dare to say that it is very low in terms of possibility. But of course, still, coastal erosion will continue, and we will be moving in this direction. So, the historical data that we have at our disposal, the main portion of the data is clearly this, 92 until 2009, when there was a more or less normal monitoring of our coasts, and after that it became more chaotic, some studies here and there. Mostly what improved was that we had more and more commercial satellites available, orthophoto images, which were used. Laser scanning data on Latvia's coastline to, let's say, flights. And we also used what was just mentioned by Viesturs, the evaluation of the coastline's movements for 2017-2022. Here's a very simplified image. How could the coastline look in Liepāja and in Daugavgrīva? How could the sea level look? Of course, it is rising, as we can see, and mostly during this study, we concentrated on the middle lines, 3.2, 4.5. So the green line, this interval. So, but we were only taking a look 20 years in the future, which is around here, in the next 20 years. As I said, very briefly, not too many details about the process. Let's just move on to the results. The first result would be the coastline across the coastline of Latvia was regionalized. So 4 levels or classes of erosion, and there's an additional class we could call artificial coasts, where the natural self-regulation process takes place very insignificantly or doesn't happen at all. And the classes differ from each other in this way. So the first class is everything is more or less safe and calm, and grade 4 would be where the coastal erosion happens in an uncompensated way. So there's no question of what uncompensated erosion means. It means that after an erosion episode, the coast does not repair itself, and with the next episode it erodes and steps back further and further. Essentially chronic erosion of the coastline, but in places in the 2nd and 3rd grade, even if there's an erosion episode of the coastline, it is highly plausible, especially in the 2nd grade, that in the next few years the coast will look back as it was and will return to the place where it was before the erosion episode. So that's the difference between a compensated and non-compensated erosion. This is how it looks on a map as an image. These red areas are, of course, the hottest areas, the more interesting areas. We just mentioned Pāvilos, the Viesturs showed us Pāvilos, the Bernāti. So areas where there are ports. So these are the hottest areas, let's say. So the medium or average temperature or situation for the coastal erosion is 30 meters in 20 years, the average for the whole Latvian coastline. There will be places where the amount of meters is very low, for example, 245, and there are very extreme places like 110 meters, like in this place to the north of Liepāja, at the northern forts of the city. But again, this is the worst possible situation. That's the maximum coastal erosion, not the average, the maximum coastal erosion or compensated erosion limit until this red line here. During the next 20 years, that could take place as the worst possible scenario. So these are areas for municipalities and state cities, how much territory they could lose. The territory lost should be looked at the 4th class of erosion, so these are areas that we would not be able to get back. But in the 1st and 2nd class, There could be changes to the relief linked to coastal erosion, but the territory will be given back by the sea for now. From the experience of other countries, I should mention things such as when evaluating potential action plans, what to do with erosion, we have to look at these three sustainability dimensions, and that's very important, especially for the environmental and natural context, because nature in one way or another is money. You should take into account that any measures implemented in coastal areas to fight corrosion will eventually stop. So it will not stop the cause of it. It's just an interim solution. And this shocking revelation that not doing anything actually might be the best solution. Not everywhere, but in many places that is true. So what can we do in situations where we have the first and second grade of erosion? The approach that should be taken is just to leave it be and just hope that it will remain as it is. So these low level invasive measures, for example, planting certain plants in the sand, they could be good solutions for the first and second erosion class, maybe sometimes a third class if the circumstances and conditions allow for that. So coastal nourishment, which is a standard solution for in most of the global north as a coastal management method. But in Latvia, we don't have a lot of experience with this, but it definitely could be the best approach is in places where there is a significant amount of artificial coastline and there have been other invasive methods used. So it would be good to go down in the scale of invasivity. So moving away from more invasive approaches to less invasive approaches, something like this. So here's an example from an invasive method. Pāvilos here as an example where they have built quite a long time ago barrier type anti-erosion buildings because they're quite effective. So their direct effectiveness in the short and medium term is very high unless you do something very, very wrong. So there is a point in doing that. Yes, definitely there is an effect. There is no doubt about that. The direct effect is there. But as I said, the coast is a self-regulating natural system. And if we intervene there and create something like this, we disrupt this self-regulation process. And as a result, the consequences we want will appear, for example, less erosion, but other side effects, which in the long term can turn out to be unwanted or undesirable. Well, for example, places where erosion is so intense where you have to continue this and continue and continue, and we get to a situation where we call it New Jerseyization, meaning that the coast is fully artificial, where this or there's no beach at all for kilometers on end. So no more natural coast, just a large concrete wall, building to building. There's quite a lot of places like this in the world. So maybe my invitation for the end would be when making decision what to do in cases of coastal erosion, attempt to turn the invasiveness dial down and to avoid any further potential negative consequences, which might be, for example, for this. So if neighboring territories do not do these invasive approaches, this territory will become an island. Well, definitely not soon. But again, turning back to the question, it was about the potential island. In Bernāti, we have a construction waste peninsula. And if we allowed for it to continue as it has started now, I think for 20, 30 years, I think eventually we could get an island in Bernāti which would be fully comprised of construction waste. But I don't think any other islands are out of the question. So maybe just short-term ephemeral islands. Thank you very much. I understand that we have a lot of questions, but then we will only have a 10-minute discussion. So speaking of the discussion, so using the project results for improving the planning of municipal and regional territory development. So we'll invite here Dagnis Dubrovskis from the Climate and Energy Ministry. He's the State Deputy Secretary for Climate Policy. Questions. Next, we'll have Sandra Bērziņa from the Latvian Association of Municipalities, who is responsible for environmental protection questions. And we have the Deputy Director of Sustainable Development Planning from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. And while you are thinking of this warm-up question, the Dagnis will not have to answer how much time you have to allocate to climate and environmental protection questions. So we will be talking about all these questions about efficiency of decisions made by regional and municipal governments, and of course many questions, especially about tools that municipalities could be using and should be using, and maybe what could be the largest difficulties. So maybe let's start with Sandra about how much time do you allocate to climate change related questions?
Ir ieslēgts, jā. Tuņās pārbaudam vēlreiz.
Let's check once more. All good. So, hello to everyone. We are also not calculating every minute, not sitting with a stopwatch, but it would be that about 30% of my working hours are spent for climate-related issues. For me, not 30%, that's too much. Probably I should have had a colleague who is directly working with those issues. I mainly work with municipalities in relation to use of data, and also our colleagues from the other institutions. So we are trying to involve municipalities, and we are also trying to ensure data so that they are in as detailed level as possible. And so our daily work my daily work is with municipalities. Douglas, do you have anything to add what you said before? I would need to recalculate my percentage, maybe. How much do you work with municipalities, and what about percentage over there? Here again, I would say that it's about 30 or 40. But if seriously, municipalities and the cooperation with them is one of our commitments. We've been looking at them through the lens of climate law. And in this context, and of course, the climate policy demands cascading from the state towards the region, from the region towards municipalities, and also today, during presentations, we were able to see that those guidelines and principles and the way how municipality employees are informed, all this is included. And this is something where we need to work together with the municipal council But right now, I wouldn't say that it's like 90 or 50% out of the total amount. Maybe from the total amount, it's 20% we work with municipalities. Can I add something? So when you work with municipalities, I believe that you work quite well with them, quite closely, and you come to us. And when we were watching it today, we were thinking that the topic is very good experts and professional specialists. And I already invite you officially to the next municipal committee meeting so that we could discuss and tell to our politicians all the things we discussed today. Okay, thank you. The next question. Maybe you can answer considering the all project and instruments offered, or maybe what you heard today. So which of the instruments developed through the project would be the most useful for municipalities and planning region in order to move towards climate neutrality and climate sustainability? So which would be the most useful instrument for municipalities? You heard and you thought, yes, that this is the right one. I believe first I need to reference to a girl, Olga from Elle. And she already said what I wanted to say. And now I need to repeat the same. In order to move towards those goals successfully, we need three things. We need knowledge, we need data, and we need finances. To be able to implement all this. About finances, we are not talking today, but we are talking about knowledge and data. And this is what this project provides, more or less. I would say it provides pretty well. And in order to say which of those instruments are the most important, I wouldn't dare, because municipalities are different. And each municipality and each planning region, they have their own priorities. And so for one instrument is more important, for another. But I personally liked this climate changes forecasting, analyzing tool. I liked it a lot. With the previous one, I already played around, and I'm looking forward to get to know the new one. The rest I have to get to know. We don't know. And therefore, it's especially important to have methodologies and trainings for municipalities and also employees from planning regions, how to work with those tools. Because one thing is to develop those tools, but second is how to use them. So I can also praise the e-course. I also did it and received a certificate. And this was more theoretical, like introduction, but we need training how to work practically. Yes, so therefore we are looking for most efficient instruments and which would be the one for greatest fun. But first of all, we need to get to know them very well. I understand that the hardest it would be for Davis to answer this question. So Davis, is there something you could say? Basically, Sandra said what I wanted to say. Considering that on a daily basis I work with data quite a lot, so CSP developed those data, and I'm one of those 350 who entered it already, and the municipalities have showed that this level of detail is very important, because previously data were available at the national level and maybe at the regional level. But now this project gives a great support for municipalities to ensure data. And I believe this is one of the most essential things, to use the use of data for specialists and professionals at municipalities, and also raising capacity of planning regions to interpret and use data as best as possible and use them also for planning. And also as to the training course, I heard about it for the first time, but as I heard from my colleagues, it gave a very good basic knowledge theoretically, but what we would be happy also to get some more materials, because colleagues stated that the materials, training materials, were not available from after they had received the certificate. So they would be happy to have them and to use them later. So use as a data specialist, and if you had the forecasting tools. So how much municipalities can rely on these forecasting tools for investment projects? I believe that municipalities need to have those instruments, and I was fascinated that in such a project, such forecasting tools are developed. We also have plans to develop forecasting tools so that municipalities can plan their investments and also link them to the budget and planning documents. So this is a very good solution for the future, for the long term. But how far ahead we can build plans for 5, 10, 50 years? I believe 5 to 7, 7 to 10 years, but also maybe 25 years. But in the nearest future, 5 to 10 years. If we talk about weather forecasting, and if you're doing it more than 5 days ahead, you are just fooling around. Yes, but there is a difference between weather condition and climate. Okay. Mr. Dombrovskis, do you have anything to add in comparison with the previous discussion, talking about municipalities? What colleagues said is honey to my ears, and we are happy. I am very happy that we as a ministry, we really hit the right direction. And I would like to say that those studies and also models is just a very good beginning for in-depth continuation, because in the future, both investments and in municipalities and also a linkage with subsidies policy and other payments that would come from the state, all they will have the obligation to be based on sustainable and long-term solutions. And so I believe that the product developed will be a good basis to continue discussions about improvements. Okay, we spoke about instruments and products, but the next question is about specific and very detailed recommendations that you would like to make, and also you heard today, and you believe that those recommendations really have to be taken into account. So the recommendations you heard today, and maybe you have research. So 3 recommendations for municipalities and planning regions that they have to take into account. This is for me. So the main recommendation right now would be to implement those principles of achieving climate goals in procurement. But here also ministries have to do a lot of work, so that's more focused in guidelines or also regulations, because we know what's gonna happen in the nearest future. We know what's gonna be topical in Europe. For example, right now, this carbon capture certification system, where there are regulations created that would serve for a voluntarily credit market, carbon credits, and their land resources play a huge role, for example, to develop carbon farming projects, and also storing and capturing carbon in the buildings. Those are new solutions. So to draw attention to those sustainability aspects. Also, choice of materials. This is for municipalities in their orders. Yes, when they are building houses, developing infrastructure, and also when they are planning that the land management. Douglas, did I understand correctly that there will be a financial instrument that would support building of wooden buildings? Did I understand correctly? No, you misunderstood. The story is that, first of all, this voluntarily carbon credit market. This is one thing. So there is an opportunity to attract private funding for various projects. And if we look at green procurement in general, this is a vision that we have to promote use of local materials. Sandra, did I understand correctly? If there are no financial instruments, we are not going to do anything. No. We, as representatives of municipality union, we support building of wooden houses. But in the previous session, in the previous part, we heard from the side of the Ministry of the Economics that what would happen with those multi-apartment wooden buildings? And they were like, so-so. The answer was so-so. And I believe that there has to be a synchronized policy. But no, I wasn't saying that if there are no subsidies, we are not going to build the houses. Davis, do you have anything to add to this discussion? I was impressed by the recommendation by Olga to link the planning documents of municipalities with budget, and also the hierarchy of planning documents, and also more planning between levels. So out of national level, regional level, and local level, so that a layered planning in relation to the achieving climate goals. Okay, then there is maybe something that could be with a lot of issues. And we know that probably we'll have to implement, but there are issues and we can implement with certain conditions. So was there anything like that you heard? Yes, I had. I heard something. And maybe this is not like auditors think, but I liked, and all due respect to the researchers about the coastal line erosion. There are two projects carried out by Baltijas Krasti, and another was this remote methodology from the Geological Meteorological Center. And I have listened to and participated in workshops about both of those projects. And here again, I see the same issue that I already spoke about. This is linkage together and systemic development, systemic mindset. Because when we were listening about the project carried out by Baltijas Krasti, Jānis was showing the map. I come from Ainaži, and I was thinking that if I was a planning specialist from Limbaži municipality, you participated here, and you look at the map and you see this is class 1, very, very, very low risk. And then I participated in the next meeting, and Mr. Lapinskis is saying that near Ainaži Salvatsgrīva, there are those coastal meadows, and there is erosion, and there is a red point. So please tell us, there are two projects for this public money and different results. And what about this planning specialist? What do they do? Do they they count on this erosion forecast or do something else? Very good. This question is actually for participants of both projects. So please, do we have a mic? Can we give it to them? Please, just in a minute.
So let's cut to the chase. Is it on? Well, I'll be the first to try to answer this question. Well, this is a question on application or applicability. So, of course, there will be additional research done, and there will be plenty of results. But what do we do with these results? That's the question. So it might be more complicated to answer applicability. So the two projects that we presented at the very end, they're different in a way that in the first case, it's an application experiment of a new method for a very short time frame, 5 years, during which the changes that we've seen, well, they were the way they were. As Viesturs already mentioned,
the changes in coast is chaotic in both time and space. Sometimes we have a growth, sometimes decreases of the coast at the same place. And this might be the case, for example, for Aicinām that was mentioned, or elsewhere, where these 5 years show that actually the coast has grown. But in my examples, the last presentation, there was a 30-year period during which, maybe in a more foggy manner, but still shows a better outlook, I would dare to say, despite of its lower resolution. So I would invite you to look at the applicability level based on the project. And there were no risk classes in Viestures project. So here we're talking about data collection and interpreting. Yes, Viestures project was about data collection and interpretation. What kind of new methods could be used for coastal monitoring in Latvia with a look to the future? And this could be one of the ways it could be done. But what I was talking about was more about how looking at historical data, different types of it, can try to extrapolate them for the future with a relatively low resolution and maybe in an indicative fashion, using the same word that the Viestures used, but still how we can apply them in specific places to say what the erosion risk is in classes. And there were changes that could be reversed, non-reversible ones, and to understand where and what will happen. Well, actually, you don't have to understand much here. The product or applicability stems from the regionalization of the coast based on these classes. So we have these class descriptions, what is happening in each class, these colorful areas where someone has had this string pulled along the coastline. So this could be used. I think it's something intuitively comprehensible. So the analogy could be as such. So you could do analysis yourself, but you should not try to interpret them yourself. Well, yes, in general, yes. That's why there was an additional project, 2 projects. So originally we wanted to have a new approach for coastal monitoring, but the Baltic Coast project took both our new information available from us and the information that they have collected over the years as coastal researchers. And they wanted to apply this data for municipalities so they know exactly what to do. So I think his project and his results would be the ones that you have to take a look at. So the project and the tool will be available, but in no moment it indicates what should be done when, for example, there's movement to one direction or another. Thank you. Of course, we can have some applause for these explanations. Sandra, yes, go ahead. If there's something to add. If not, we had a question, a very specific question. Are all tools and data available to everyone for free? Yes, I think so, yes. So someone is nodding their head in the audience. I'll show you who. What I was listening to, I was thinking about these projects. These projects have a very good statistical foundation, but what should we strive to do is to update these data yearly so that municipalities can use these data. If necessary, funding should be allocated for accumulating this data. I know that the Central Statistics Bureau has a lot of funding to have this capacity. So how could the carbon credit system work in Latvia? Voluntary carbon credit system. So currently there's the EU standard. In this semester during the Belgian presidency, it should be approved, and these different technical rules will be drawn up. And currently this EU overall system could start its operation in the coming years, but currently these voluntary carbon credit markets are in operation in the framework of standards. So for the ministry, there are a lot of guidelines and regulations for climate policy. Is there a way that this will be made more accessible and understandable for all parties involved? Because I've heard that a lot of parties have to get down into the details of everything and do a lot of research. Yes, that's a good question. And I think in our further actions, we will be working on making it more understandable, easier to explain. But first, we have to gain this general understanding on questions. So that's why these training courses are very good, which were developed here. And a lot of municipal employees have already learned these. And I think this is a start, this is the basis, and that's not only a thing that our ministry is working on. There's a lot of horizontal aspects, especially with the Ministry for the Economy and the Regional Development and Environmental Protection Ministry as well. And before Sandra gets involved, everyone will have last question. What would you like to say, cooperation partners? For cooperation partners, actually what I wanted to say, dear cooperation partners, we need to work not only with the municipalities cooperating with the Climate and Energy Ministry, but since everything is so horizontal here and that so many ministries and institutions are involved here, and that we still don't see that the state has a united policy, and we see that ministries involved here, transport ministry, agriculture ministry, economy ministry, everybody is pulling on the sheet on their side, and municipalities don't understand what's going on. And there is no big picture that is seen, and that is something I would like to invite the state to consider, that we have to have this unified understanding and common strategy. So who has to do this? Well, I can't really give you the answer now, because I would be a genius if I would have an immediate answer to that. But I think that the Climate and Energy Ministry should be pushing this question to the government. It should be the hat or blanket that oversees this cooperation. And when many ministries have to discuss the same question, you could hear some foul language. Yes, that is true. So inviting to take action. What else? So I'll speak as an expert from a ministry and not as an official representative of the ministry. So no public referencing of what I say. Don't show this on the live stream. So I agree with what Sandra was saying about this horizontal cross-sectoral planning to larger cooperation. There are many different questions where this is taking place well, but there are, again, many questions where this is not working as well. So we have to come together and find common solutions to get a better result. Thank you. And Douglas has to close this discussion. From our side, I can say that, of course, we are the coordinating ministry in climate questions, but this question is not only a question of climate, it's a question of the whole environmental block. And a lot can change, I assume,
after the environmental protection ministry restructuring in July, where the environmental block will be moved to us. So the responsibility for us will grow, and some processes might be directed in a different way than they are now. But overall, the involvement of other partners will still be there, because each ministry has their sectors, and municipalities stay with the regional development ministry. But again, I think this is just a common work. I would just like to wish to everyone to talk, to converse, communicate, to meet more often, and have a more goal-oriented approach. I personally think that we are living in the countryside. We are living in Latgales Street 165, so we are closer to the municipality and further away from the capital, from the center. Dāgnis Dubrovskis, Sandra Bērziņa, and Dāvis Melnāksnis, our guests. Thank you all. Very well done.
Slido. Aiziet Slido. Otrais.
Now, Slido, the second concluding round. And you can also go to your seats and participate, because we continue our competition, our game. So let us look at the screen. Please don't close it. And you need to look for poll. This is the place where there will be this game. And you write your name. Maybe if you write your name and it's written you're not participated, then it starts means you start from scratch. And if you are in, you just write sli.do and then hashtag is chem. So how many participants participated in the training course, e-training course? Choose one of the numbers and press, don't miss, it's only 20 minutes, 20 seconds, 20 seconds. So 362, 80% think so, and the correct answer, yes, absolutely. 79%, you were right. Okay. Laine, Viestur, Saja, Agate, Maja. Laine, Viestur, Saja, Agate, Maria. The same? How many are participating? Okay, let's continue. Next question. Next question. So which municipality, when they were preparing investment plan, they take into account the coordination between financial use and the climate policy? So Dienvidkurzeme, Riga, or Jūrmala municipality? Which municipality, when they prepare investment plan? And the correct answer, how many have answered? Riga municipality, 68%, Dienvidkurzeme municipality, 28%, and Jūrmala, no. 68%, yes, this is the correct answer. Remember, it's very, very important to answer very quickly. And Maria says, Agate B, Viestur, Saja, okay. Are you only 5 of you who are participating? Next question. So for how many meters average? The seed could recede by 2,100. So average meters. So average, for how many meters the sea line could recede? And we see, so 46, 48 are voting, okay. And the correct answer is the average. Of course, the average is the correct answer. Which of those is the average? The average, of course. Laine, Viestur, Agate, Aija, and Maria. Okay, the speed is very fast. And in order to check the coastlines by satellite data, without they did drone measurements, where was the polygon for drone measurements? Labraks, Ziemupe, Bernāti. So, drone measurements, and where is the polygon? And Bernāti seems to be the correct answer, and the correct answer is. And question also to 15% of people. So where were you when we were discussing it? Okay. Look at it. The hardest question. So 5 criteria were developed. What is the 5th criteria? So did we have this question? Where did we have it? Okay, so the prize giving ceremony to first 3. So Laine, Viesturs and Agate. But how many of those participants are here in person? Anyone in person? Who is in person? Viesturs? Seriously? Viesturs didn't know the correct answers. Okay, come on here. Congratulations. Here you are. Okay, I would be in your place. I would be ashamed every time when I use it. Agate V, are you here? Agate, congratulations. You came together? You came together with Laine? Where is Laine L? Congratulations. Okay, thank you very much. That was great. So we managed to learn something during today, and we also heard something. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to people who participated, asked questions, made comments, especially to those who were prepared to ask questions, not anonymously, but also mentioning their name. So just a very short summary. Those who are registered, you can also wait for a link, and all the slides, presentations will be available. Also, recording of the conference and presentations will be also available under the chapter Norwegian Grant Project. And all the information about results will be available at climate.lv. All the results of the project. So stick to the climate.lv webpage and you will not miss anything. So thank you very much, and let us remember that climate and changes are related to us, and even it doesn't matter how well we are doing, we have to remember about the climate. So thank you very much. So this is the pause where we need to discuss all the rest. Goodbye. Thank you and goodbye.